Good morning, everyone. We'll call the Community Redevelopment Agency meeting for September 12th, 2022 to order. I would ask if there are any amendments to the minutes of the August 15th, 2022 meeting. Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Move to approve minutes.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. This time I'd like to open it up to citizens to be heard on items that are not on the agenda. If you'd like to come forward and talk about anything that's not on the agenda, we ask you to fill out a comment card and respectfully ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Thank you for your time. My name is Tim Humes. I'm a property owner here in downtown Clearwater. We've been at our location for 25 years. I've operated the Papa John's franchise there for 25 years. I applied last year for a commercial beautification grant and was approved at the end of the year last year. I've been working all year to try to invest my $25,000 I needed to collect the $12,500. In speaking with Howard recently, and I appreciate this program, I think it's huge for the downtown corridors. Obviously, I invested in it 25 years ago, took a vacant lot and built it into a freestanding building and have operated there successfully for 25 years of my 30 years career with Papa John's. Since then, the business renovation grant has been approved, which allows for me to do more work on my property and try to reach the goals of the authority here. I had a bigger list when I applied for the $12,500 grant and basically was approved for that. I've taken no money on the grant. I've been spending the last year trying to do my own investments to meet the qualifications to get the $12,500. Now that the new grant is in place, I'd like to switch my grant from the beautification grant to the business renovation grant because there's a lot more work I'd like to do to the property to bring it up to the standards of what we're trying to achieve in the downtown corridor. As I said, I've been the property owner, developed it from ground up. There were no funds available, obviously, in 1997. The bridge to the beach was still Cleveland Street through downtown, so I've been here a long time. I actually was the Domino's supervisor here in 1984 and 85, so that's how long I've been involved in the Clearwater place. I've always lived in Clearwater in this area. I only have 2 stores now. I'm down to 2. And basically that's one that I own and operate. So what I'm asking is basically your help, someone to sit down and address all the things I'd like to do to the property and see if I can just switch my grant from one to the other. I was told initially no when I inquired in the last few weeks that my grant was approved and I couldn't switch it. So I'm looking for some leniency or some help because I think our goal here is just to redevelop everything we can in the downtown corridor. I'm here now, I'm in line, I've already been approved. If I have to use the $12,500 grant, I'm told I can't apply for another 5 years, which means all the other things that need to be done to the property to beautify it will be waiting 5 years versus somebody that maybe hasn't applied only has to wait 1 year to apply. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm a long-time believer in the downtown corridor. I've been there consistently, and these funds were not available to me because I was occupied and already in the place. And obviously, y'all have addressed that situation now with the new grant. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm asking for some help to re-identify and say, hey, yes, we can move you to a more beneficial grant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can you just fill out the comment card, please?
I'll do that here or just take it back to my seat?
You can take it back to your seat, bring it back up. Mr. Jennings, can you have staff work with this gentleman?
Yes, actually, Matt is prepared to kind of brief you on the circumstances if that's appropriate at this time.
Yes, it is.
So yes, when Mr. Humes did apply for the commercial beautification grant, the business renovation grant wasn't available. And the way the grants are written is that you are allowed 1 grant per every 5 years. And so now that he's been approved, the grant, he can't apply for or be approved for another grant within 5 years. Furthermore, there's, I believe, 6 commercial beautification grants that have been approved where the applicant has not spent any funds. And if we were to change course right now and say that he could apply for the business renovation grant and receive considerably more funds, I don't know if budgetary we could cover his as well as the other applications out there that are approved. I'm happy to research that to further dive into it, but that's kind of where we are right now. But I have been in discussion with Tim appreciate everything's done for downtown, and if we can work with them, I'll be glad to do that.
I think the issue is this, there's this 5-year rule that if you receive a grant, you can't apply for another one. In fairness, though, the renovation grant wasn't even existing at the time that he received the beautification, so, we would love to have some leniency on that part of the rule in order to be able to accommodate the request.
But he hasn't received any money from the beautification
Correct.
yet, correct?
And so that would make it, I would think, a bit easier if we were to terminate the existing grant, apply for another. Again, I'd be hesitant to set a precedent where we do this for him. We have to make sure we have available funds for the other folks out there who are in the same situation.
Do we have anybody else currently outstanding with beautification grants?
I believe it's 5 others.
So,
Has any of the other ones received any money yet?
No, they're in the same situation, 5 others that haven't received money.
Well, I mean, I'd be happy to look at the rules and maybe give staff more flexibility.
Okay.
I mean, we want people to avail themselves of these
Sure.
monies so that there's progress going on. I think that's the most important thing, especially when they're putting their own money up as well. Love matching grants. So would everybody agree that we would like staff to look at that?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else for citizens to be heard? Item 4.1.
Discuss fiscal year 22-23 CRA DDB interlocal agreement.
where are you gonna go? So, as the board remembers, we decided to postpone, you decided to postpone the CRA DDB interlocal agreement from a couple of weeks ago. There have been concerns expressed about the current balance, which I believe is over $400,000 in the DDB budget. And then I had raised some concerns about a particular applicant and how difficult it was for that applicant to actually get their funds. And so the chairman of the DDB board is here, as well as legal counsel. Not sure if others from the board are.
One other board
I see back there. But I believe Councilmember Teixeira has some comments as well.
So first of all, I want to thank Chairman Morphopoulos for the memo. It's very obvious that you put a lot of work and time and energy, a lot of research went into it, and I greatly appreciate it. It is a great way for me to also address your concerns. There was just 2 specific things that I would like to respond to in your letter. It was on page 3. And this is a response to the perception that the processes are difficult. So your point number 2 and point number 3, where you say, however, the process is not overly cumbersome, and most of the guarantees I surveyed gave the process an 8 or 10 out of 10. They spoke highly of the CRA staff and their helpful attitude. And I don't find that surprising at all. It's in human nature to have a difficult time to critique the very person that you're evaluating, and it's human nature not to bite the hand that feeds you. It has been my experience with those who have approached me, whether it's recipients or property owners, have expressed to me that their perception, which is their reality, it is that it was a difficult process, that is a cumbersome process. So I just wanted to share my experience regarding that. And then on page 5, where you wrote Miss Teixeira, which kind of made me giggle. I haven't been referred to Miss Teixeira in over a quarter of a century. suggested that the CRA should refrain from returning the funds transferred to it from the DDB at the beginning of the next fiscal year. That is absolutely true. It was my suggestion. But I do want to clarify, that suggestion was not done as a private citizen or as a property owner, but rather as a trustee of the CRA and a councilwoman. And it was not done lightly, and it was done only after conversations with staff and various property owners as well, and recent recipients, because the ultimate goal, and a responsibility that I take very seriously, is to revitalize downtown. That is the ultimate goal, and I'm willing to look at creative options to achieve those goals. And if that means not returning the monies for this year, considering that you already have $400,000 in your, or thereabouts, in the coffers, and redirecting that to the CRA that has an incredible staff that can not only allocate those funds, but execute those funds for initiatives, I think that's a viable solution. And then you go on to say, on the next page, that you perceive it as, and I quote, a betrayal of many years of close cooperation between the CRA and the DDB. I ask that you look at it differently, but rather a stronger cooperation, a tag team effort. If the DDB successfully and responsibly allocates those $400,000 to initiatives, and then we have the CRA in conjunction allocating the remaining roughly $200,000. And so then the next 12 years, $600,000 is being applied to initiatives for downtown. Can you imagine the positive impact that there would be? So I don't look at it as a betrayal or anything negative. I look at it as a creative solution for a challenge. Due to COVID and other circumstances, the ability to allocate these funds have been hindered. And as a property owner, and also conveyed to me by other property owners who have donated thousands of dollars to the DB, and I do so very willingly, we want that goal to be achieved, revitalization of downtown. And in order to do that, these funds have to be allocated. And that's where my suggestion came from. And I just wanted to clarify that.
So Mayor, at the last board meeting, there was a request to have the board members here to facilitate a dialogue between the DDB and the CRA. So,
Mr. Morphopoulos. You're not Mr. Morphopoulos.
I'm not a board member, I'm the attorney, and I'm just up here because this was not...
Please state your name for the record.
Elise Winters, I apologize. This was not advertised as a DDB meeting, so conversation between our ex officio members and our members are prohibited by the Sunshine Law. And I didn't realize until Friday that it was not advertised as a DDB meeting, and our members can't talk among themselves. So our members can come up here and give a presentation and have conversations with the non-ex officio members of our board, but we have difficulties with Sunshine Law if they have conversations with the ex officio members. Yeah.
So why is that a conflict with Sunshine when ex officio members aren't voting members?
It's actually the conflict is clearly stated in the Sunshine Law. Ex officio members elect before they can vote, are all included and can't have the conversations.
Mr. Margolis, do you agree with that?
Well, I didn't realize that this had not been noticed as a DDB meeting. Perhaps a different solution would be for, with the chairman already being here, for him to represent the DDB in this matter, and then for the other DDB members to depart for the moment.
Abstain or?
Well, I don't want to say abstain, but I mean, I would think it would be best probably for them to leave the room. I don't necessarily have any concern about the chairman by himself with legal counsel representing the DDB in this matter. But if this has not been noticed as a DDB meeting, I agree with Ms. Winters that it could cause problems between having both the chairman as well as another board member here for this conversation. And so option number one is to have one representative from the DDB only. Another option is to renotice this as a DDB meeting in addition to a CRA or city meeting. So it depends on how everyone would like to proceed with that,
That means we would postpone it to October 17th.
unless the special meeting was set.
What is do you have concerns about the ex officios?
I would say that I'm not quite as concerned about that, even though it is true that an ex officio member is subject to the Sunshine Law. That term can mean different things to different people, and I've heard that phrase ex officio used to mean different things to different people. In the context of the DDB, as I understand it, Ms. Winters can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know that there's anything in the DDB ordinance itself that provides for a ex officio member. As I understand it, we simply have liaisons to the DDB. Again, Ms. Winters can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know that I would use the term ex officio to describe the role of anyone on this dais as it pertains to the DDB, but I would defer to Ms. Winters with her history.
The original appointment was called ex officio. When we traded members, the original appointment was called ex officio, and they've been referred to and treated as ex officio members since that date, and they are appointed by you all as ex officio members. So I do have that concern, and I've actually had to research this issue since it's a weird situation on several occasions, and I really don't want to tempt the Sunshine Law on TV, thank you very much. Now, our chairman is ready to get up here and give a report, and he can respond to questions and have dialogue with the other members, but the ex officio members, he really can't, in my opinion.
Councilmember Bunker?
Hasn't the chairman already broken this law by sending this CC to city managers, city attorneys, DDB members, DDB attorney, and DDB?
That is a written communication that is subject to the Sunshine Law and the Public Records Law and is out there for anybody to see. And it's clearly marked DDB. This meeting was not marked as a DDB meeting, was not advertised as a DDB meeting, and there's nobody here taking minutes for the DDB, although obviously we can share that. I'm less concerned about that. It's the lack of advertisement. We have two of the three requirements. It's easy for the public to get here, and there's going to be a written record, but we don't have a reasonable advertisement, and that's required. I'm not trying to be difficult. If I had known this before Friday, I would have done something about it.
I'm going to lean on you to keep us out of any issues.
Certainly, I mean, the most prudent course of action would be to renotice this as another meeting. I don't necessarily have any concern for anyone on this dais. I mean, after all, the CRA meeting was properly noticed. This conversation is being taken place in the sunshine. I don't necessarily share the ex officio concern, because although that term may have been used informally in the past, that is not a term that is used anywhere in the current ordinance. However, for the sake of our DDB members, who Ms. Winters' job is to protect, and not wanting our DDB members to get in trouble, I do think it would be the right thing for them to help them stay out of trouble, either by renoticing this as a joint DDB and CRA meeting, or in the alternative, if the DDB would like, then they could designate either the chairman or one other representative to represent their interests solely in this matter. Either of those would be, I believe, the most prudent course of action for the protection of the DDB, which I would support.
We actually, each member can get up, they can't have conversations with each other, and they can't have conversations with the ex officio members, but each member can get up and do a separate presentation if that's what you want. They just can't run into the conversation line on anything. If you want to ask them what restaurants they like, we're cool with that. But anything that might come before the DDB, we have to be careful about. So both can get up and talk separately. This is definitely a very accessible meeting. So it's easier. It's not like you're having a meeting in a private home and acting as intermediaries between the members. But like I said, it really does cut back on the conversation area.
Vice Mayor.
Well, why don't we just renotice a meeting and have it in the next couple weeks? We don't have to wait months.
No,
Yeah,
we
it's
could
that
push it to the
important.
3rd and just do it at the next work session. I think would be the best way to go. And it could just be one subject. And then we'll have the regular CRA meeting on the 17th. Is everyone comfortable with that?
Yes.
Ms. Call, is there an issue?
I'm concerned with the interlocal agreement and the impact to the budget, and you push it off to October, maybe an issue. That's,
There's a deadline at September 30th.
Yeah, I understand.
We don't have another work session before the 3rd?
I don't think so. So, Councilmember Che, your main objective was to move some of that money over to the CRA.
Especially with the hiring of Vicki who is an event planner. And I've spoken to her, and she has such great, innovative ideas. I was just wanting these funds to be appropriate. And I think that with the $400,000 that the DDB has, they have 12 months to spend it. I don't think it's a duress for them. I think it's going to be actually a challenge to spend all of that. Having that money redirected to the CRA, I think the CRA would be very effective. And I think it would be a great thing for downtown to have the money divided and have those two entities allocate those funds to, initiatives that can put a dent in the revitalization of efforts of downtown. So, if we do discuss it October 3rd, do you think that's too tight to have it for the October 30th? Is that what the concern is?
Well, no, we're talking about the beginning of the new fiscal year. That's the issue, is actually approving budgets. I understand the frustration that some folks have with the funds not being allocated. At the same time, we've had an interesting discussion at the TDC level with all the Tourist Development Council money. We're in a time right now over the last year where should we be allotting all of our money for promotions when in fact people are coming in droves right now to our beaches? And so do you really need to be promoting something that's already oversold? Or do you keep some of that dry powder for future times when actually tourism may be a little bit more lean? Right now with everything going on at Coachman, certainly downtown has been altered somewhat. We haven't had all the festivals and other things going on. I did talk to the chair this week and said, I think there's going to be a tremendous opportunity as we get closer to June to start spending all of that money as Coachman opens up. And, I hope that when we do open up the park that there is going to be incredible fanfare over several weeks as we try to bring as many people to the downtown as possible to experience Imagine Clearwater at long last. And at that point, you may see a tremendous outflow of dollars that the DDB can provide. At least that is my hope. And the chairman seemed to agree with that. I'm also a little uncomfortable usurping money. It does set a little bit of a precedent. Councilmember Bunker and then Councilmember Albritton and then the Vice Mayor.
Well, I was just curious, since this is a CRA discussion and a decision that we're making, is it acceptable for us to go forward with the discussion now if Mr. Morfopoulos leaves the room?
Well, I don't
Or
think
just
he has
doesn't
to leave the
interact.
room. We can have a conversation up here regardless.
Okay, without his interaction.
Councilmember Albritton.
So this is my perspective on this conversation. I understand Councilmember Techeda's concern, but I reflect back on my 8 years with the DDB, and during my tenure there, we were in a depression, basically. I mean, we didn't have a lot of money. Most all the money had to go to promotions because we didn't have enough to really to do a lot. And look, we had grants that never got used. They would roll over to the next year. But I guess what I'm trying to say is the DDB is unique. It's a unique organization. It's older than the CRA. It has been challenged before. In fact, that's why everything goes through the CRA now, because this council years ago said they wanted to disband it, but they ended up bringing it through the CRA. It's very tentative, and I would hate to see that go away. I think we're in need of the DDB, even if it's the CRA overlaps it. I don't think it's our job to, they are elected officials, and I don't think it's our job to make decisions for them on how they're going to spend their money. I mean, I really feel that down deep, and I understand your concern on this, but I agree with the mayor. I think, you know, they've gone through COVID, which was a lot like, in Paris, you were with me back when I was on the DDB. It was tough back then, what we're going to do with the money. Now we have opportunity. We've got a big opportunity coming up, and I want to see the DDB act on that. I really do. I want to see you spend that money, because it's an extra tax on the people in the community, and they look to you to spend that in a wise manner that will promote and make their property values, you know, worth more. So I feel real funny about usurping their power since they're an elected board. I think we've made it clear with this meeting that, you know, we want to see the money spent. So that's kind of the direction that I would go in on this. Give it back to the DDB. This year, we do have a great opening next year. I'd like to see you come up with some opportunities to spend that money to promote the downtown.
Vice Mayor.
I just, I had a question. Well, I don't think we need to move, hastily about this, but so Councilmember Teixeira has some concerns about moving the money over to the CRA. Vicky's been hired as an event manager. She wants these funds to be used. There's $400,000 or so. Why can't whatever ideas she has be brought to the DDB and pull those funds out and support, or the people that she's working with to coordinate events? Why can't that be funneled through the DDB rather than a CRA?
First, let me clarify, I don't want to misspeak. She did not ask for the funds. This is my idea. I also want to clarify that it's not my concerns. Various people have come to me with those concerns. My response to that is, in order for the DDB to award, there has to be a request. There has to be somebody with skin in the game. Somebody who's going to volunteer countless hours, as well as their own funds, for these events. Coupled with the perception that it's a difficult process, they're not coming in droves. And so it's a lot to ask these people to, dedicate dozens of hours plus their funds for an event or an initiative. So it's not that Vicky wants to do it, and, it's not that. I was just thinking of it as an opportunity for the CRA with staff to do it. But I want to reiterate, this is not just my concern. This is a year and a half of people coming to me with their concerns, and I am communicating for them. I just happen to agree.
Okay. Do we need to reduce the number of hoops that people have to go through to get DDB funds?
It was recently changed, I think, in the last couple of years? When
To
I
make-
was on...
To make it easier?
Yes,
Okay.
it's harder. It's harder. When I was on the DDB, there was a lot of, it was more lax. Each person would present its own case. You just call the CRA to book yourself on the agenda. You presented your own case. There was a discussion, and then there was accepted or denied, and then the amount was awarded, and then there was maybe 2-3 months after, you did a postmortem, and you just reviewed the event, and that's it. The process now is much more difficult, and I understand the need for transparency and accountability, but the fact still remains it's harder than it was before. So some of the people who applied, let's say 4 years ago, are not applying this time around, and they've told me that. It's just too hard, and that's their perception. And so it's all these little litigating factors and all these communications to me, I felt the need to speak for them.
Well, if it's about transparency and accountability, and, I don't know enough about the difficulty of applying for those funds or what's required, but if it is about that transparency and accountability and being fair, I support that, no matter how many hoops it is. If that's part of good governance, that's part of good governance. This computer is kind of temperamental, but didn't the DDB present their, this balance sheet of the number of requests that they received and then the funds allocated? I'm trying to find it, but I don't want to lose this page. And to me, yeah, that's it. Thanks. But it looks like everything that was requested was granted except for like 2 or 3 I have highlighted, so I'll find it now, now that I've got it here. And so I don't understand the problem. If people are, here we go, the budget, right? Yeah, there it is. And so there were a couple that somebody asked for. Oh, it was the DCMA, Downtown Clearwater Merchants Association, asked for $68,680, and they got $33,340, half, and then they got it another half kind of the next month.
Mr. Jennings, would you like to add, I know that you've met with several people, what has been conveyed to you?
Yeah, very similar to what Councilmember Teixeira has discussed today, is that I have met with several business owners in the downtown who have explained to me that it has been difficult. Part of what I think is going on here is not exclusively with the DDB board. I think that there are some internal challenges that we've had as well with the CRA, and some of that we're trying to work through now. So, for instance, the DCMA had received a grant from the DDB board. Those funds were not distributed because there was allegedly there was a request for an audit of that particular organization. None of us have been able to kind of find that request now, even though that had been put out there, and so that there had been this request, hence the delay of funding the organization. So I think that there's a lot of different things that are going on here. I would say that Jay Ravens and Kayleen Castle said earlier, or had communicated, that you could go ahead and approve the budget And then you could amend it later if you so desire, you know, in order to avoid the October 1.
Okay.
Paris Morphopoulos, Chairman of the Downtown Development Board. If I have the okay from my attorney and from the CRA attorney or the city attorney, I'd like to just make a few comments. I did not come prepared with the presentation because I didn't realize that this was, that I was not going to be allowed to participate in the discussion. Okay, but if
Well, you're participating right now, so
participating
go ahead.
So, just a couple of points. Number one, the DDB, as I mentioned in my memo, tried very hard to simplify the process of obtaining grants, and our track record is one of approving grants. We very, very seldom disapprove or not fully approve a grant. We reduced the requirements. The previous application was 5 pages. The current application is 2 pages. It's much simpler than it was. We have a much higher record of actually awarding funds, and every meeting, at the end of every meeting, if you watch the videos, I ask people out in the community if they have an idea or a proposal to come to us because we do have funds available. We're not trying to hold the funds. Just the pandemic has reduced the number of events we put on, and of course the construction for Imagine Clearwater has eliminated any activity in the park that we used to fund. I've had a number of discussions with people that we've been granting money to in the past, and like Clearwater Jazz Holiday and a number of other entities that are listed in my memo. And they're very enthusiastic about the coming year and are eager to come to us with proposals. The other one is that not all of our activities require tremendous volunteer work or tremendous unpaid hours or whatever. That happens. You used to do a lot of that yourself. But many of the projects that we funded in the past did not require any of that activity. When the city approached us and asked us to participate in things, we gave money for the Clearwater Marine Aquarium to relocate to fund the winter exhibition. That didn't require any outside help from anybody. We just gave the money to the city at their request, or to the CMA. The same with the marina, the same with a number of other projects. We've given lots of money from our coffers to projects that were special projects that the city was interested in and wanted done. And in an effort to collaborate and be part of the process, we gave a lot of money to those projects. So, not to go overly long, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. I think the messages have been sent and received. Personally, I think we ought to move forward and allow things to stay status quo. I do understand the business owners that you've heard from, Councilmember Teixeira. But I think the DDB understands the perspective of the CRA and the City Council. And I think we ought to give them the opportunity as we get closer to the opening of Imagine Clearwater to expend those funds. Any other comments? Vice Mayor?
Well, I would just say, I get holding the funds a little bit for big grand openings and events and things like that, but I would say, I think the merchants might want them now. I mean, what are we waiting for? When that thing opens and we get all sorts of press and concerts are starting to happen, hopefully it'll roll on its own. I would think I'd start spending the funds now in anticipation of that, getting people down here, seeing the changes that we're making, getting them excited. We can funnel them down to go take a look at Imagine Clearwater as it's being constructed, but I wouldn't sit on them. I'd be using them right now to promote our downtown and get people down here. That's all.
Well, it's a two-way street. I mean, it's incumbent upon businesses to come and make the application. And I have to admit, for the 2 years that I sat on the DDB as whatever we were, Miss Winter, ex officio or innocent bystander, I didn't see many applications denied. In fact, there were a couple that I was a little bit surprised they were approved. I frankly might not have approved them had I been voting, but I think it's still incumbent upon people, if they want free money, to come forward and ask for it, for heaven's sakes, and then let the chips fall as it may. So, anything else on this item? All right, item 4.2.
Where are we going?
Good morning, Matt Jackson, CRA Assistant Director. Item 4.2, approve the interlocal agreement with the Downtown Development Board to provide personnel, administrative, and management services during fiscal year 2022-2023 in the amount of $81,504.18 and refund the CRA tax increment fee of $335,643.37 and authorize the appropriate officials to execute the same. On the interlocal, you see in front of you, the DDB approved at their August 3rd meeting. This is the one-year agreement where the CRA staffs the DDB. Under Florida Statute 163, which governs CRA, we are allowed to enter in these types of agreements where we implement services supporting the downtown plan. We rely on funding from them for items such as special events and small business grants. This time I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Anyone from the public to speak to item 4.2? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve 4.2?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 4.3.
Approve the fiscal year 22-23 Community Redevelopment Agency preliminary budget, adopt CRA Resolution 22-02, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute the same. This is your annual budget, taking effect October 1st this year. The total tax increment revenue comes from the city, from the county, and the DDB, and this is just over $5.6 million, an increase of just over $656,000 over last year. When it comes to expenditures, we have our day-to-day operating expenses. Any unused funds are returned at the end of the year. For transfers out, these are monies that go to different project funds and do roll over from year to year. From the county, we're looking at $1.95 million for economic development and housing, just over $540,000 for transportation, and then for the city tip revenue, these are being allocated to pay for city-paid staff, city-paid CRA staff salaries and benefits, partially funding two Clearwater Police Department officers, and for city economic development projects. This time, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Anyone from the public to speak to item 4.3? Motion?
Move to approve item 4.3.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 4.4.
This is to approve an amendment to the agreement for the sale and development of the property located at 1250 Cleveland Street and adjacent properties to Archway Partners and assigned Archway Clearwater Gardens LLC to approve public assistance of an amount not to exceed $3.61 million and authorize the appropriate officials to execute the same. Just as a reminder, I know you're all familiar with the project. Just as a summary, part of the downtown redevelopment plan is to take city and CRA properties and develop them with affordable housing. That's what this project is. It's a project for 81 units, rented between 30 and 80% AMI. It's 4 stories tall, has a 2-story parking garage, and the existing Clearwater community garden will be to remain with the overall project cost of $28 million. An agreement for sale and development was approved by the CRA trustees, along with a subsequent amendment to extend down deadlines for 1 year to provide additional time for development funds acquisition. The second amendment before you is for the purpose of providing additional funding from the CRA in an amount of $3 million. The companion item will be heard at today's council meeting requesting $610,000 from the Economic and Development Housing Department. The $3 million is in addition to the CRA selling the land to Archway for $1.35 million, which will be put back into the project and secured by a promissory note and 0% mortgage, which may be forgiven. These additional funds are very important as they will allow the project to move forward, as Archway is also requesting funds from Pinellas County and submits applications for state-issued tax credits. For the tax credit application, there must be local government support, and this is why the Economic Development and Housing Department is providing $610,000. This will be a 40-year public subsidy investment for which we are asking for your approval. I'm happy to answer any questions, but the developer is also questions.
Any questions for Mr. Jackson? Or the developer?
Not right now.
Anyone from the public to speak to this? All right, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 4.4.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 4.5.
Approve fiscal year 21-22 third quarter budget amendments of the Community Redevelopment Agency and adopt CRA Resolution 22-03. Staff is recommending transfer of just over $12,000 from information tech charges to adjust operating expenditures to account for increases in postal services, other promotional activities, other services, and office supplies. Monies are being transferred into other promotional activities to account for CRA promotional items to be handed out during public meetings and events. For other services, these funds were to cover the cost of creation of a new office space for the CRA Assistant Director. Also requested is a transfer of $1.87 million from county housing to county infrastructure for the purchase of the Peace Memorial Church site as approved at the August 15th CRA meeting. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Jackson about his new office?
Besides the smallest office for the largest staff member, yes.
Everybody needs a shoebox.
That's right.
Anyone from the public to speak to item 4.5? Have a motion?
Move to approve agenda item. What? Oh, resolution.
Yeah. Mr. Margolis gets to get in
Resolution number 22-03, a resolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Clearwater, Florida, adopting the third quarter budget amendments for the CRA fiscal year 2021-2022 annual operating budget, providing an effective date.
Motion?
Move to approve agenda item 4.5.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 4.6.
Approved tenant improvement grant agreement with Sports Facilities Companies, LLC, for retention and expansion of headquarters operation, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute the same. Denise Sanderson, with our Economic Development, the Housing Director, will be presenting this item.
Did you want to take that resolution right now? So it's chatting now.
Since the long-standing practice has been to read resolutions, it would probably be for the best. It's not an ordinance, technically it doesn't, but I realize it's the long-standing practice to read resolutions, so probably for the best if we, for 4.3, if we return to that item, just so I can read it.
Okay. Well, I want to make you happy.
I appreciate that. Wish more people felt that way.
It's a tough world.
It is. Resolution number 22-02, a resolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Clearwater, Florida, adopting the CRA fiscal year 2022-2023 annual operating budget, providing an effective date.
Do you want us to reapprove the item?
No, we could make a separate motion for the resolution, like we used to in the past.
So motion to approve the resolution?
Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Ms. Sanderson?
Good morning, Denise Sanderson, Economic Development and Housing. So as described in the agenda memo, this request for a tenant improvement grant of an amount not to exceed $100,000 is an inducement to retain and expand the headquarters operation of the Sports Facilities Companies in our downtown. Company leadership indicated a desire to remain and expand in their current location, but rising lease rates and employees who desired a more convenient location to their places of residence compelled them to explore other areas of Clearwater and available space in other municipalities. And because of the amount of travel involved in the business, proximity to Tampa International is a factor they also considered. When contemplating the use of an inducement, we look at a number of factors. The project and use of incentives is consistent with the goals and objectives of the CRA plan and with the principles and practices of economic development. There's a reasonable belief that without the inducement, the company will leave the downtown, and that the investment, in this case by the CRA, will yield a reasonable rate of return and payback period. As with all financial inducements, we conducted an economic and fiscal impact analysis utilizing RIMS2 modeling by impact data source. The analysis provides estimated net benefits to the city, rate of return on the investment, and the payback period, which is the time frame in which the investment is recouped through the net benefits or revenues received over time by the city or the CRA vis-a-vis the TIF. As a matter of good fiscal stewardship, we want to make sure that the rate of return on this investment will exceed the rate of return the CRA would expect from savings or other secured instruments, and that the payback period is shorter than the term of the company's commitment. Based on the information received by the company, including current and future employment and wages, estimated capital investment, visitor and visiting employee expenditures, hotel room nights, and average daily spend, we find that the anticipated rate of return over a 10-year period is 29.8%, or 11.5% annual percentage yield compounded on an annual basis, which is pretty exceptional. Similarly, we find the payback period is 4.2 years, which is less than the lease commitment of 10 years. So in terms of the inducement, the $100,000 grant to retain 60 highways jobs and create at least 50 new jobs within the first 5 years is based on sound fiscal principles. It should be noted, the analysis also reveals approximately 117 indirect or spin-off jobs. 64 of these currently exist as a result of current operations, and approximately 53 new spin-off jobs would be created as a result. I can think of no greater example of direct employment yielding spin-off jobs than what we saw during the onset of COVID. I think you all can clearly remember very vividly the impact in our downtown, especially within our restaurants, when downtown office employers moved to a remote work environment. We're still recovering from that, as you know. So the demand for daytime food service virtually disappeared. In terms of the agreement, disbursements of funds would occur after the improvements are made, as evidenced by receipt of certificate of completion or occupancy. Additionally, evidence of tenant improvements in excess of those provided by the landlord is required. The company will be required to occupy the space for a period of 10 years from the date of this agreement, and will be required to show evidence of job creation and wages each year. Failure to meet the requirements will result in a repayment of funds dispersed on a pro rata basis. I'll pause here and take any questions, and note that Bruce Rector with Sports Facilities Companies is here to answer any questions of the company.
Any questions for Ms. Sanderson? Vice Mayor?
So I was struck, so this one is a special tenant improvement grant agreement that's something unique for this ask or company. It's not with one of the grants we already have out there?
That is correct. So I would compare it to perhaps the Ring. You may recall, or you may be aware, that we invested $600,000 in that project.
Okay, so they're asking for $100,000.
That's my recommendation.
Okay, and, that's not, and it's out of the CRA budget.
Correct.
Okay, and
CRA's budget for next fiscal year.
for next fiscal year, okay. They've got some pretty astounding stats here about spin-off jobs and all that business, and I think it's a decent contract, especially because they have to prove that they've, had 50 jobs in 5 years and all that. So are they so they're in our building, the Bank of America, are they looking to have another floor?
They're looking to take over the rest of the 9th floor. They're currently occupying a portion of that. They'll more than double their space.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry, not quite double their space.
Okay. So this is fine. I don't have a problem with it. But, they have 1,500 employees nationwide. They have projects in more than 2,000 communities nationwide. They're a big player. I don't know, out of the whole thing, but they're doing well. And so they're simply coming to us for some funds to expand.
To expand in our downtown.
Right, and guaranteed to stay there for 10 years.
Correct.
That's fantastic. Just wanted to be clear. Thanks.
I think this is an example. We're often out trying to recruit businesses to come to the downtown, but sometimes it's easier to keep the ones you already have, especially when they're expanding to this extent. They've also been a very good corporate citizen in the area, done a lot of work for us, also for the county. I think they're an asset,
I do too.
so I support this wholeheartedly.
Absolutely.
Other questions, comments? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve item 4.6.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Anything else, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Anything else for the good of the order? Yes,
I just
Vice Mayor.
I have some questions. Can you talk a little bit about, what the plans are for, is Station Square being activated more? Any updates on Daniel's building and the demolition of it? What's going on with some of the restaurants downtown?
Sure, with Station Square, Vicky Shire, our new special events specialist, she's actively reaching out to people to program it with events that either have to have a special event permit or more passive activities, such as using her connections to bring in veterans groups, day out homeschool groups, just to come in and just to activate the park through regular events and more passive uses. I have been in discussion with Daniels about are you talking about the Scorpion Brewing Hall project? Yes, we are in discussion with them about funding, timelines, and projected costs to actually demolish and construct the building, where before it was just rehabbing the building. But we have been in discussion with that, but I don't have any concrete timelines at this time.
Any update on that Nolan?
I called last week and reached out to the project manager, have not heard back. I did drive by a couple times and have not seen the expected progress that I would have liked on those 3 commercial spaces. But I am reaching out and following up on that.
So you don't know why we have a delay in progress?
No, I sure don't. I emailed and called.
Any other restaurants or storefronts that are opening or due to be opened in the next month or so?
That's tough to say within the next month or so, but at 420 Cleveland Street, we're working with them. It's a healthy living, almost grocery store, if you will. But within the next month, also Carolyn's, her other location, her second location, right there across the street from 600 Cleveland. She's also opening up very soon.
Any information on street outreach, how that's going with the police officers in the CRA?
I believe the last numbers that we were being provided on the homeless count, those were provided to you at the last meeting. I don't have any updated numbers. I can request those. And I can request updated information from the police department.
So we've hired a special event specialist,
Correct.
and what are their duties? What do you expect from that?
The only thing that they're responsible for are bringing people downtown through special events and programming. And so Vicky is working on a robust schedule of events, October, November, December, Halloween themed, Christmas themed, Jeep shows, pet parades. She's doing a fantastic job, going above and beyond what I expected, to be quite honest with you. But that's the sole responsibility, is to work with our special events department, outside vendors, pushing people toward the DDB, just to bring people downtown through special events.
Great. One conversation I had breakfast last Thursday with Juan and Leo, who were part of the leadership that was advocating for the sister city with I can't say that name yet, I'm working on it, that in the Hidalgo region.
Ishmi Killapan?
One more time?
Ishmi Killapan?
Ishmi Killapan.
Bless you.
Yes, Ishmi Killapan. And they are just so excited and are just full of ideas. So, we had breakfast, and certainly my conversation was, that's great, you got to talk to Christopher Hubbard, you go through that. But one of the things we talked about was, in the Mexican culture, or they're familiar with the Day of the Dead after Halloween, and maybe there could be some kind of cultural, educational opportunity in Station Square where those kind of displays were put up or something like
I
that.
think that's already in the.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
It is.
Something
Fantastic.
that the Spanish Outreach Center is, and Elizabeth from Tequila's has been doing.
Great. Will it be in Station Square?
The last I heard, that is correct.
Great. Well, I'll call Juan and Leo today. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Albritton.
Just curious about the progress of Nash Keys. You have any information on that?
No, and I walk downtown frequently. I haven't seen a lot of action on that. I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Gina's here, I think. Ms. Clayton.
Her face is showing.
Good morning, Gina Clayton, Planning and Development. They have been working with fire, primarily dealing with some fire issues exiting from the second floor. And I think there was an email going around last week that they're getting very close to getting those plans worked out. Or is that ETA, I don't know, but it's moving in the right direction for sure.
Okay, well, that's good news. Thank you.
I guess the only ones left to ask about is the three properties, the Dunkin' Donuts, the old Lucky Anchor, and the old coffee shop. Has there been any progress with that?
There has been, is my understanding, the property owners are working with a company called Quorum, which is a company that's worked with the city in the past to kind of facilitate the permitting process. The former Dunkin' Donuts or that building is the first to come to the city, which should happen this week, from what I've been told, to the planning department. The others, the buildings, I've been told, have been in significant disrepair. You could even look at the back of the telephone building and see the back wall bowing out. So there are issues with all three buildings that have required a little bit more due diligence. But from what I'm told, that the progress is being made steadily, and all three will come to the city here very shortly.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. One last thing. Matt, can you just talk to us a little bit about the discussions regarding the Mercado Festival Square? Because it seems to be there's some disagreement or tension, and I could be wrong, about the naming and the theme of that park. Is it going to be kind of a Hispanic centered cultural area? It's so tiny, and or not, and what's going on? Because my point of reference is the community meetings that were held about a little over 2 years ago that I attended a number of them. And it certainly seemed to be intentional at that point they were calling it the Mercado and having kind of a Hispanic theme there. And now, in some of the updates that I'm reading, it seems like that's shifted. And I wanted some kind of context.
Absolutely. I searched for written record of the name change, of how that came about, and I don't have any written records. So this is all from discussion with staff, both internal CRA staff and engineering staff members. It's my
Name change from what to what?
I apologize.
Okay.
From the Mercado to the Festival Court.
Okay.
And so it's my understanding that there was a desire to make sure that the name was inclusive to everybody and didn't single out one group of people. And that's all I have.
Well, was there a discussion about having, some different cultural identities or parks that represent, the different vibes and feels and makeup of our city? We're pretty diverse. Is that part of it?
That will be through any installation of our work. There's discussion of that at that point, but the space is supposed to be for, the surrounding neighborhoods, not just one specific neighborhood. So however someone wants to program it, if they want to have a specific themed small concert, a reading, a festival, they can have that. But as far as designing the area for one specific group of people, that's not our intent.
Councilmember Albritton.
Yeah, I just want to bring up that, one of the oldest neighborhoods in Clearwater is a block away from that. And still a lot of people. It's a very diverse neighborhood, so I just want to bring that up, that it's not, it's very diverse. So, and maybe that had a lot to do with it.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, this has been being talked about for over a, dozen years.
We're good at that.
Before I left the last go around, we were talking about, the Mercado. So, it's just time to get it done, regardless of what we call it. The space is more important, and the programming that will occur there is more important than anything else. And I want it to be a welcoming place for everybody, regardless of your heritage or your geographic location within the city. Mr. Jennings?
Yeah, I just want to assure the neighborhoods in that surrounding area, of course, this board, that the work is going to happen during the process right now with all the streetscape improvements. Councilmember Teixeira has spent a lot of time talking with various leadership in the neighborhood. I think she certainly would agree that there seems to be agreement on the most recent rendition of what had been put together with kind of a grassy area, and that is pretty much what we'd like to move forward with by design, regardless of what it's called. We just want to get the work done. It will be very expensive to have to come back after, if we were to do that. So I think it's really important that we get the work done within the current context of the streetscape work.
Well, we also don't want any more disruption. The whole area has had enough disruption. We want all those businesses to make it through. Okay, we're going to adjourn the, yes.
Sorry. So this Friday, we have a CRA director candidate meet and greet. It's from 5 to 7 here at the Clearwater Main Library. I just wanted to make sure that you and the public know that this will be the final step in naming the next CRA director.
I don't know if the timing of that's the greatest. I don't know how many citizens are going to want to come out on a Friday, but it is what it is.
It was challenging in terms of calendars.
I understand. I just like to see public participation. I think Friday night at the end of the week is not necessarily coming out to see the CRA candidates is on the top of people's list. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So are you soliciting feedback from the public on that Friday? All right, so there'll be questionnaires or things like that?
I believe that there is there will be a survey. Yes, there is a survey.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we're going to adjourn the CRA, and we're going to take a 10-minute recess before the work session.
it kept happening.
Mr. Bloom,
Could not
we're going to
figure
start.
Right. So,
Good morning, everybody. We will call the September 12th, 2022 work session to order. We're a couple minutes behind because of the CRA meeting. Item 2.1.
Amend the city's fiscal year 2021-22 operating and capital improvement budgets at third quarter.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Kayleen Kessel, Budget Officer. This is the third quarter and final budget review for the fiscal year 21-22 budget. This report reflects 9 months of activity, October through June, and also includes council action to date. In the general fund, revenues and expenditures are increased by $24,678,554. This includes council-approved recognition of $22,483,893 in American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, revenue recovery funds. As discussed in August, these funds are being used as revenue recovery to fund fiscal year 22 police department operating expenditures. A total of $20,125,000 of general fund reserves resulting from this revenue recovery is being transferred to special programs and capital projects to fund the approved expenditure priorities. Other general fund amendments include an increase which totals $523,554 to police and fire supplemental pension to bring both the budget in line with both revenues and expenditures. An increase of $370,000 for initial debt payments for Imagine Clearwater bonds. A transfer of $610,000 to fund demolition of Old City Hall. A transfer of $700,000 to fund construction of athletic field shade structures. A transfer of $200,000 to the Public Works Complex project. A transfer of $200,000 to create a neighborhood reinvestment fund. A transfer of $1 million to the traffic signals project. A transfer of $700,000 to the citywide connectivity project, and a transfer of $250,000 to the business process review project. In addition, various revenues are amended, which will bring the budget in line with anticipated receipts for the year. Adjusted for the expenditure increases just listed, these amendments result in a revenue surplus of $6,563,639 to general fund reserves at third quarter. This surplus reduces the use of reserves previously allocated this year, resulting in a net use of $6,868,036 of fund reserves at fiscal year end. Adjusted for all items listed in this report, general fund reserves are approximately $60.3 million, or 32.6% of the preliminary fiscal year 23 general fund budget. This exceeds our minimum reserve requirement by $44.6 million at third quarter. In the Marine Fund, expenditures reflect an increase of $350,000 for marine fuel for resale due to increased prices and demand. Offsetting amendments are made to increase fuel sales revenues. Amendments to Parking Fund revenues reflect an increase of $12,481,058 to recognize funds received for the sale of the Pelican Walk Garage. In the Capital Improvement Fund, a net increase of $14,055,937 is reflected at third quarter. The following amendments represent increases to capital funds for actions previously approved by the council. This includes an increase of $359,150 in lease purchase revenues in the motorized equipment purchases project, an increase of $610,000 in general fund revenue in the City Hall demolition project, an increase of $600,000 of general fund revenues in the Clearwater Municipal Cemetery project, and increases in general fund ARPA revenue recovery funds to established projects for approved expenditure categories of $3,500,000 for fiber upgrades, $2 million for solar panels, $2 million for streets and sidewalks, $625,000 for main library renovations, and $700,000 for State Street Park improvements. Other significant amendments to capital projects in this report include the transfer of $300,000 in administrative services fund revenue and $700,000 in general fund revenue to the citywide connectivity project, an increase of $250,000 in general fund revenue in the business process review project, an increase of $197,848 to recognize reimbursements from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection in the Greenprint implementation project, an increase of $200,000 in general fund revenues to create the Neighborhood Reinvestment Fund project, increases in property owner share revenues of $35,027 in Pinellas New Main service lines, and $32,767 in the Pasco New Main service line projects. An increase of $152,103 reimbursed from Pinellas County in the line relocation maintenance project. A decrease of $110,288 in grant revenues from the Southwest Florida Management District in the Hillcrest Bypass Culvert Project, which is completed under budget. An increase of $200,000 in general fund revenue in the Public Works Complex project, an increase of $1 million of general fund revenues in the Traffic Signals project, and an increase of $700,000 in general fund revenues to create the Athletic Field Shade Structures project. Finally, in the Special Program Fund, an increase of $23,055,668 is recognized at third quarter. This includes an increase of $11,241,947 to recognize the second payment of ARPA funds that were received. As previously discussed, total ARPA funding of $22.5 million is transferred to the general fund to be recognized as revenue recovery. Significant amendments in the Special Program Fund include increases in general fund ARPA revenue recovery funds to establish special programs for the approved expenditure categories of $5 million for the North Greenwood CRA, $3,300,000 for affordable housing programs, $1 million for Pinellas Community Foundation, $1 million for nonprofit grants, $750,000 for education grants and partnerships, and $250,000 for business incubator. An increase of $7,841 in public safety grant revenues for federal forfeiture sharing, $302,186 in contractual service revenue for police extra duty, $45,936 in donation revenues to support police, parks, and library programs, $25,000 in grant revenues from Duke Energy for economic development initiatives, $4,200 in foreclosure registry fees have been collected this quarter, $77,050 in fines and court proceeds for public safety programs and the tree replacement program, and $51,504 is transferred between existing police programs. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions for Ms. Castle? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Kayleen. In looking at those documents, first of all, I'm happy to see those line items have capital ARPA funds next to them where they're put in those buckets. But I had a question about, well, first one, so our ARPA funds from the federal government were $22,483, $483,893. But I thought, I remember about a year ago, I asked Jay about interest earned, and he said we'd be earning about $100,000 of interest. Is that in there somewhere?
It is not reflected at this point. I'm not sure what.
And the interest earned on that money that we got the first tranche for over a year and sat there, does that stay in ARPA funds in that ledger column?
Jay Ravens, Finance Director. There was no restrictions placed on the interest earnings on the funds by the Treasury Department, so those are available unrestricted monies. Currently, the interest earnings, because that money's been sitting in the Special Programs 181 fund, that is where the interest earnings to date have accrued. There will be additional interest earnings now earned in the general fund and the capital projects fund until those monies are fully spent.
So it's in our cash management accounts?
Yep. So it's really just general reserves available for future budgets.
Can we have a conversation about designating any of that interest used for ARPA intentions? That we can pull out any of that interest that's earned and put it under what ARPA wants us to spend that money on, rather than just having it in general funds?
We can, but why would you do that? You're making it more restrictive than leaving it in general funds.
Because I think I would do it because of the need, the reason we had ARPA funds. We don't have enough ARPA funds to deal with all of the things that COVID exposed and what we need to do. I would just like to have another $150,000 to put towards those things that are under ARPA.
Am I correct in understanding that we can still allocate to the same initiatives, but by keeping it in the general funds, it's less restrictions on us?
That's correct.
but there aren't very many restrictions on ARPA anyway. But anyway, I think it would be a good idea to take that interest money and put it into our ARPA buckets, however we want to do that. Okay, so that was one thing, we can think about it. The other thing is, in some of those line items, we have, part of the grants are related to the 3 buckets with $1 million each. And there's an education bucket, and there's a Pinellas Community Foundation bucket, and then there's a bucket that you've got kind of like as nonprofit. But I thought we had a bucket for the Pinellas Community Foundation, which I would assume would mostly go to nonprofits, if not exclusively to nonprofits. And then we have the education bucket, which we've allocated $250,000 for an incubator. And then you have, and then I thought the third bucket was more focused on arts. I thought we had the word arts there for a third bucket, arts, culture, but this is just general nonprofit.
I took the language, like the header language, directly from the August 4th agenda item. So I titled them exactly the same.
Okay.
I believe that there will be future items coming forward to talk about the allocations and how we're going to go about allocating them, but I took the titles directly from that agenda item.
Okay.
The header kind of information.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear, but generally, is it understood that those 3 buckets are going to, the money will go to nonprofits?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And as I had mentioned before, we plan to bring all of that at the next meeting in October.
Okay.
In terms of applications and
The process,
distribution.
procedure,
Yeah, process.
and accounting and all that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, maybe at that time we can talk about allocating the interest earned towards ARPA buckets, because it's ARPA money that's made money, and, okay, thank you very much.
Other questions? 2.2.
Set final millage rate of 5.8850 mils for fiscal year 2022-23 against non-exempt real and personal property.
Thursday is the first of 2 public hearings required by Florida statute to finalize the fiscal year 22-23 operating and capital improvement budget. This item approves the ordinance to adopt the millage rate of 5.8850 mils for the upcoming year. This rate is a 0.07 reduction from the current year's rate of 5.9550 mils. And as part of the public process on Thursday, I plan to go through a presentation as part of this item. I could go through it if you want me to this time.
I don't think it's necessary this
Okay.
morning. We've got a very full agenda. Any questions at this time? Councilmember Albritton?
No.
No? Vice Mayor?
Hi, Kayleen. What does that 0.07 reduction of mills equate to per property owners, 100,000?
$7 for every $100,000 of taxable value.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? 2.3.
Approve the City of Clearwater annual operating budget for the 2022-23 fiscal year.
This is the first reading of the ordinance to adopt the operating budget for fiscal year 22-23. On September 1st, staff was directed to reduce the general fund budget to accommodate a millage rate reduction. The following changes have been made to the preliminary budget that was released and discussed in July. These changes are reflected in the ordinances you are approving. In general fund revenues, ad valorem tax revenues are reduced by $1 million due to the millage rate reduction. And the categories of miscellaneous and transfer in revenues were adjusted to account for revenues in correct categories. These updates net to 0. For general fund expenditures, a total of $1 million in reductions are made. The library budget is reduced by $80,000. This accounts for the elimination of an additional 1.5 FTEs, which were included in the proposed budget, to increase operating hours at the North Greenwood branch. Instead, staff will look at current staffing levels and open hours to see if a shift in open days or times would better serve the needs of the community. The Office of Innovation is reduced by $69,000. This accounts for the elimination of 1 neighborhood coordinator, which was proposed to provide a staffing level of 4 FTEs to operate the neighborhoods division. This will leave 3 FTEs to support the division in fiscal year 22-23. The Parks and Recreation budget is being reduced by a total of $651,000. This includes the elimination of an additional 4 FTEs, which were included in the proposed budget to create a custodial team to provide for the opening of 6 closed public restrooms in neighborhood parks, and also to shift existing custodial responsibilities to this new staff. Instead, these restrooms will remain closed to the public, and existing sites will continue to be maintained by custodial contractors. In addition, the Parks and Recreation Department will be required to operate within the budgetary constraints of a reduction of an additional $460,000. This will allow the department time to analyze operations to implement changes over the course of the fiscal year that will result in these savings. And the Public Works budget is reduced by $200,000. This reflects a reduction in the contribution of general fund revenues transferred to the Streets and Sidewalks project by $200,000. In the proposed capital improvement budget, funding for fiscal year 22-23 through 27-28 in the Streets and Sidewalks project included $900,000 of general fund revenue annually. This will be reduced to $700,000 annually in the 6-year plan. In the Special Development Fund, revenues and expenditures are reduced by $50,000. This accounts for the reduction in road millage revenues due to the millage rate reduction. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on this.
Any questions for Ms. Castle? Vice Mayor?
Kayleen, under Parks and Rec budget is reduced the elimination of an additional 4 FTEs to keep those restrooms, the opening of 6 closed restrooms in neighborhood parks. I just wanted to know, and you might not know this, but what are the neighborhood parks that have those closed restrooms that we were planning to open?
I do not.
Mr. Hallius in the audience.
Jim Hallius, Director of Parks and Recreation. Those closed restrooms would be Cherry Harris Park, Woodgate Park, Marymount Park, Belmont Park, Glen Oaks Park.
5.
I'll have to figure out what the 6th one is. I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
Forest Run?
Forest Run does not have restrooms. So I'll get the last one for you, but those are the 6, there's 6 in total that we would not be open.
Okay. Are those, the Glen Oaks has all that soccer that goes on there, right?
Yes, but there's also a playground and trails that go through the park as well.
Are those bathrooms open when they have all the soccer games and the families around?
It's traditionally the groups have access to the bathroom, and they're responsible for cleaning it and making sure that it's but traditionally it's rentals in there, so it would just depend on if they needed it or not. And it's only open at the time that there's active use in there.
Okay, so do they like have a code or a key and it's understood that they keep it clean, they open and close it?
It would be a code or key, or what we would do is we schedule our custodial maintenance contractor to come out before or after. If they're having an event out there, let's say it's a tournament, that's built into the cost. So we schedule them to be out there, and then they'd have a key or a code to access that during the length of their stay there.
Okay, but the evening, it looks like there's practices or pickup games frequently and all that stuff there, okay. And then the second part says the Parks and Rec Department will be required to operate within the budgetary constraints of a reduction of an additional $460,000. This will allow the department time to analyze operations, blah, blah, blah. What might that look like? You know, what might be cut there for 400?
It could be anywhere from just salary savings to look at where we have, when positions are vacant, hold them a little longer, see what if we necessarily need them, and then through that we can recognize a significant amount of savings just by kind of delaying hiring those positions to make sure that we're looking at it strategically and employing those resources effectively.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we'll talk about that further on Thursday. 2.4.
Approve the fiscal year 2022-2023 annual capital improvement budget, establish a 6-year plan for the capital improvement program.
This is for the first reading of the ordinance to adopt the capital improvement budget for fiscal year 22-23. In the capital improvement budget, changes were made to the Streets and Sidewalks project in response to the millage and expenditure reductions. Road millage funding in the Streets and Sidewalks project is being reduced by $50,000 due to the millage rate reduction. And general fund revenue transfer to Streets and Sidewalks project is being reduced by $200,000.
Any questions? 2.5.
Approve the recommended penny for Pinellas project list.
Thursday is the annual public hearing to approve the Penny for Pinellas project list for fiscal years 22-23 through 29-30. City ordinance requires us to hold a public hearing prior to the adoption of the capital improvement budget to discuss the use of Penny for Pinellas tax, and at any time in which there is a proposed change to Penny for Pinellas projects funding of $500,000 or more. Changes to the Penny project list includes increases to project funding and the addition of several new projects, all of which were included in the proposed capital improvement budget for fiscal year 23. Total project funding reflects a net increase of $18,972,430, which include the following changes. An increase of $372,430 to the fire engine's ladder truck replacement project. These changes are recommended to revise the budget to align with current engine prices and also future cost escalations. The sports fields and facilities project is reduced by $3,350,000 to provide funding for the following sub-projects. Frank Tech Park improvements, which is budgeted at $550,000, funded in fiscal years 23-24 and 24-25. And the McMullen Tennis Building renovations project, which is budgeted at $2,800,000, funded in fiscal years 27-28 and 28-29. The neighborhood and community parks renovations and facilities project is reduced by $1.2 million to provide a portion of the funding needed for the Woodgate Park renovations project, which is budgeted at $1.8 million, funded in fiscal year 26-27. The Long Center renovation project is added to the list to provide additional funding needed for the facility renovation. Total penny contribution of $5 million is budgeted across fiscal years 22-23 and 23-24. The Beach Marina upgrade project is increased by $8 million for a new total of $23 million budgeted in fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24. And the Clearwater Harbor Marina replacement upgrade project is added to the list to provide additional funding needed for future wave attenuator replacements. A total penny contribution of $5 million is budgeted over fiscal years 25-26 through 29-30. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on this.
Any questions? Vice Mayor.
I had a question about the Clearwater Harbor Marina replacement upgrade for these attenuators. I see that it's for fiscal years 25-26 through 29-30. I thought that was something that needed to be taken care of, like, as soon as possible.
You did have an agenda item earlier this year for specific attenuators, but there is a lot of attenuators out there, so this is future planning for future different attenuators.
Okay.
We did the south catch, but there's others that need to be fixed. Mr. Hallius?
Andy?
Oh, I had another question.
Yeah, well, I'll get back to you.
Okay.
What is going to be done at Woodgate with the amount, the 1.8 million? What is anticipated to be fixed?
We're looking at a couple projects that could possibly go there. One of them would be some pickleball courts and maybe even an outdoor track for residents to utilize. We have to gauge the community. The other one would be possibly looking at the relocation of the skate park out there from Ross Norton out to Woodgate, be a more central location and get a little bit better use out there.
So the 1.8 is really an estimate because we don't know what we're anticipating.
More or less a placeholder, yes.
Okay. And then the Long Center renovations, will the pool be closed during this, or can they do the work with the pool still under operation?
From everything that I've heard in discussions with engineering, that when we're redoing the building envelope, the pool would need to be closed, so we'd have to relocate those programs, possibly out to Morningside, since that's a heated pool, and divide that amongst Morningside and maybe one of our other centers as well.
Do you know how long it's anticipated to take?
I wouldn't be able to give you a correct answer on that. Tara, I don't know if you have any updates on that.
I believe
I think we're kind of in the phase right now where we're figuring all that out.
it's the design phase. We have not, we do not have the design yet at this time. And you also have an opportunity to discuss, what exactly you want to put back there. That's part of the design work that's occurring, is looking at different alternatives, and you'll have an opportunity to see those alternatives before we move forward.
Is that something, with Morningside or wherever we decide to relocate those activities, would we put a bubble over it?
We haven't, probably not. I mean, we could look at that.
I know Dunedin does that with their pool.
I mean, that's, if you would like, we can explore what those options would be to have that, should we, need to relocate out of there, so we have a menu of options we can give to you.
Well, I'm just curious what keeping the pool heated would cost versus, putting the bubble over it. If we're gonna operate at 365, that would be exorbitantly expensive. I know you'd put a cover on every night and everything else, but even still.
Makes you sweat faster.
Councilmember Albright, did you have a question?
Well, I just wanted to elaborate a little more on the Long Center. So I know we have a issue with the air conditioning and that whole thing, but are you replacing windows around the pool area, or what exactly is happening there?
There's going to be a couple different design features that we're going to look at, but one of that would be replacing the building envelope. It could be, yes, replacing the windows, or it could be removing the windows and making it a block structure with, windows on the bottom, which would be let light in more effectively. Because when that was designed back in '96, as it was well-intentioned, but with the materials at that time, it was just, over time it's aged, and we found that the lack of insulation from those windows contributes to the AC problem that we have in there, and the humidity, and also the chloramines that come up in the air, and that kind of just hit you when you walk in there.
Is that pool a salt pool or a fresh?
No, it's just regular freshwater pool.
Maybe consider going to a salt based chlorine pool, because you might not have some problems with the chlorine. 'Cause I know sitting up in the bleachers, it's hard to breathe up there.
No, those are all options that we can look at, and we'll have to weigh, I don't know if those are, from a competitive standpoint with the, international swimming and things of that nature, if that's an option we see, or who knows, back then, at the time we did it, it may have been too expensive, and the technology's improved greatly, so it could be, but we'll definitely look at those things.
Anything else for Mr. Halios? Vice Mayor?
I had a question about the penny funding, and it kind of ties in with, it's not about parks, but...
You're done. Thank you, Mr. Halios.
About the penny funding, but it does tie into another agenda item today, is why don't we see anything on there about maintenance of the air park? And has there ever been penny money associated with maintenance of the air park?
Not maintenance, you wouldn't use penny,
Or-
penny is restricted to
gotta be
capital.
Construction, that's right.
project.
Yeah.
Hangars or different
Right,
facilities.
and we have, and I was thinking, I'm gonna look really fast, there is some penny money, 26, 27 for Aviation Operations Center. And typically, we have FDOT grant, so this would be the cash match, for, I think it's typically like 80-20, so this would be, of whatever the budget estimate is for that Aviation Operations Center. So we have done hangar replacements with penny in the past, I think in the last penny cycle.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Casson? Thank you. 3.1.
Approve the local contribution of $610,000 to be set aside as a commitment for the local government contribution for Archway Clearwater Gardens.
Good morning, Chuck Lane, Economic Development Housing Department. This is a companion item to the discussion you had at the CRA meeting earlier this morning. So you're being asked to approve this in your capacity as City Council because of the $610,000 contribution. Tax credit projects in Florida require a commitment from the local government in the form of a financial contribution. There are two Florida Housing Coalition tax credit programs that Archway will be applying for. One is referred to as the 4% round, which has a lower tax credit subsidy, and the other is called the 9% round, which is, of course, the higher subsidy. The 9% round calls for a $610,000 contribution to maximize the applicant's basis points under a very competitive process. The 4% round requires a minimum local government contribution of $75,000. However, staff is recommending that we keep the subsidy at $610,000 because we know the project's going to need it to pencil out. If their application is successful under the 9% round, it will save the CRA about $400,000. So what you're approving with this item is Section 15.18 of the Second Amendment to the Development Agreement between the CRA, the city, and Archway. This section provides for the $610,000 contribution in the form of a 0% interest deferred loan with a maturity date 30 years out. Lastly, this agenda item reserves general fund dollars for this expense because that really is a requirement of expressing local government support. At closing, we are free to use other funds, and we plan to do so. We plan to use Home Investment Partnership Program funding, which, of course, as you know, is a federal source. I'll take questions, please.
Questions, Mr. Lane? Councilmember Beckman.
Okay. Thank you, Chuck. All right, so Archway is applying for the 9% tax credit through the state, right? And also the 4%, hoping to get the 9% tax credit. And they're counting on hopefully $4 million from the county, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we are earmarking $610,000 that we're putting into this project. We're not writing them a check today, but it's communicating to the state that we have skin in the game, $610,000, right? Okay. Has Archway had conversations with the county right now to be assured that that $4 million will be coming to them?
There's no assurance there. They need to apply.
Okay.
That's what the process is.
But they feel confident that the county will?
I think they do. Brett Green is here today, president of Archway, if you have any questions for him. But I'm certain that they're confident. We would be going through this process if they weren't.
Okay. I'm just wondering what stumbling blocks might be along the way. And hopefully, yeah, the county would be fully on board, right? I thought that the contract did not ensure affordability for the life of the project. Does it? Will this be kept at these different AMIs in perpetuity, or is there a chance that they could be converted to market rate or something other than that?
We've discussed with Archway a 50-year affordability period. They have no objection to that whatsoever.
Okay. At the same designations that are part of this outline?
I think we'll probably loosen those up a little bit to give them flexibility. But for the interim, they'll have to follow those.
For 50 years?
Well, I think for the first 15 years, they have to follow that prescribed schedule. I think over the longer term, we may look to give a little bit more flexibility with the affordability, but regardless, all under 80%.
Okay. Did you say 15 or 50?
I believe 15 years they're required to maintain those levels.
Okay. Okay.
If not, we can do it with a land use restriction agreement.
Okay. Okay. And then what's the timeline moving forward? So when will Archway know about the 4 and 9% tax credits?
Well, the application for the 9% isn't due until December.
Okay.
They hopefully, and which is much later than it typically is. Okay. Hopefully they'll find out late January. Mm-hmm. They'll know where they are in terms of a lottery pick, mm-hmm. and that'll be a huge indicator of whether or not they're going to get the credits. Mm-hmm. If they don't get the credits, they'll continue forward with the 4% application. Typically, it's somewhere in late winter is when they really lock it all up.
Like early spring? Like
late winter, early spring is,
okay.
is really when it's all codified.
Okay. Both the 4% and 9%. So if they get the 9%, we're great. If not, then we have to wait and find out if we get the 4%, or
well,
are they?
There's a waiting period with the 4% too, because it's typically litigated because it's so competitive.
Oh.
So it takes time. I'm thinking somewhere in the neighborhood of March, we'll probably know one way or the other. But okay. Regardless, it looks like the 4% round is a high likelihood of success. The 9%, we're looking at about a 20-25% success rate.
Because it's only one per county,
correct?
Right? Okay. And then if they get the 4%, which we hope they're going to get the 9%, but if they get the 4%, that's a gap that has to be filled, right?
Correct. And the subsidy that you approved this morning is assuming a 4%.
And that subsidy will fill the entire gap if they only get 4%?
Well, along with the county's money and,
right.
and the tax credits, and there's a whole funding stack.
Okay. Okay. I think that's great. One thing, since Archway is here, one thing I'd say that isn't a big surprise is that I hope that any developer who comes forward with almost any building in the city comes with knowledge of, and I know it's still new, but knowledge of the Inflation Reduction Act incentives that can be used in your buildings to really make life more affordable for the people in those buildings and help us meet our green print goals as well. So hopefully that's part of presentations that y'all make, in the future. I just want to make that statement.
But they don't have any solar on their roof. They have a roof
I
top
know,
area.
but I pushed for it, and now,
just
I think when you come back.
consistency.
Yeah, but when you come back, I think you need to say, hey, we researched this IRA, and it's gonna make sense for us, and maybe the city only has to put in, $500,000, $200,000, and we can really reduce the energy costs for all of those low-income tenants, and we would partner with you. I mean, I would partner with you, but anyway, you need to come with those asks, informed asks, and let's make it happen.
IRA?
Inflation reduction.
ROI. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we are making a considerable contribution to this at $45,000 per unit, so I want to make sure that the public understands that we're committed to adding affordable housing. Consent?
Yeah.
All right, 4.1. Thank you, Mr. Lang.
Approve the purchase of excess liability, workers' compensation, various specialty insurance policies from October 1, 2022 through September 30, 2023.
Good morning. Monica Mitchell, Assistant Finance Director. This item is for the renewal of the city's excess liability and workers' comp policies on October 1st, as well as various specialty insurance policies which renew throughout the fiscal year. The Risk Management Division of the Finance Department purchases certain excess and specialty insurance policies through the efforts of Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services. The Ambridge Package policy includes general liability and various other liability coverages. The renewal premium of $372,453 represents a 10.10% increase over the expiring policy. In previous years, marina liability was included in the package, but this coverage will be provided separately this year with a premium of $43,900. The excess workers' comp policy is provided by Safety National. The renewal premium of $477,265 represents a 13.91% increase over the expiring policy. Because workers' comp premium is based on payroll, the renewal premium reflects budgeted payroll inclusive of planned wage increases and additional positions. At the end of the fiscal year, we report the actual payroll and true up the premium. We also have various specialty policies that renew throughout the year, such as flood, cyber liability, storage tank liability, fiduciary liability, and hull protection and indemnity. We're budgeting an increase of 23 to 28% for these policies, with the exception of cyber liability due to the volatile market conditions and availability. All of these renewals are combined in a single purchase order to Arthur J. Gallagher, who then pays the various carriers on the city's behalf. Because the premium invoices are payable when received, we don't have sufficient time to bring each individual premium request to council. This request includes all of the city's insurance policies coordinated through risk management, with the exception of the property insurance renewal, which occurs on April 1st outside of hurricane season. Any questions?
Any questions? Vice Mayor.
So I was reading through this, and this is just kind of a math question. So we have the Ambridge Public Entity Package is a 10.10% increase. We have workers' comp increase of 13.91%. We have risk management budgeting, 23 to 28% increase, a 133% increase in cyber liability coverage. And then at the bottom of this legislative text, it says the total requested not to exceed amount is $1,400,000 is a 7.69% increase over the current year amount of $1,300,000. I don't understand how, if we have 10%, 13%, 23 to 28, and 133% increases, that the total increases represents a 7.69 increase over the current amount. Why would that 7.69 be so low if I average all those other guys up?
Because it's not it's the...
Well, you can help me.
It's the absolute value, because some of the policies are very small, even though they have big increases.
Right. Okay.
Look at it as subcategories.
Yeah.
It's not the percentages added up, it's the
Okay.
percentages
The amount
multiplied by
of-
the
Yeah,
amount
it's
of
just
the
the total to the
insurance.
total, it's not on the
Okay.
individual policies.
Okay.
It's absolute value from all of those
Got it.
way back when math classes.
Okay. Well, and again, as we look at budget, I mean, everything's going up, right? 133% in cyber liability coverage, which, I mean, I wouldn't bat an eye at. We need to have that, but
Yeah, and those are just estimates. They don't always come out that way, but we want to make sure that we've planned for when the renewals come.
Thank you.
Other questions? Consent?
Yes.
5.1.
Heard a one-year renewal and amendment to the professional services agreement with Evernorth Direct Health.
Good morning, Jill Paul, HR Manager. Evernorth Direct Health will continue to operate the Employee Health Center and provide on-site medical and prescription drug services to include primary care, health risk assessments, acute and urgent care, immunizations, examinations and screenings, pharmaceutical dispensing, disease management, pre-employment physicals, and COVID testing and vaccines. The Employee Health Center also provides telemed visits both electronically and virtually. The Employee Health Center will also promotes wellness management by assisting patients gain incentive dollars through screenings and claim management. The renewal term period will begin October 1st and end September 30th, 2023. And our plan for 2023 is also to go out to RFP for clinic services.
Questions? Vice Mayor?
Just wanted to know how it compares to what we paid last year. Is it?
Well, actually, it's the total budget has been reduced because of the RFP that we went out for medical. We did get some extra funds that we're able to use to offset the budget increase, which was great.
Great.
Councilmember Albright.
Not a question, but a comment. I'm real happy with this group. I think all the city employees are lucky to have this here. And I've used the doc service several times. It's a lot quicker than making an appointment going in. So if you haven't used it yet, try it. It's great.
Convenient.
The staff does a great job, and it's a great amenity for all of our employees. I don't think people realize what a benefit it is. Consent?
Yeah.
5.2.
Authorize funding and approve purchase order to Evernorth Behavioral Health and contract to the Cigna Healthcare for the Employee Assistance Program.
Okay, good morning. I'm here to talk about our 2023 medical plan renewal. Just a little background on our medical plan. We are self-insured and pay administrative fees to Cigna when we have claims for medical and pharmacy as they occur. The average costs of medical claims per employee per month have increased 5%. However, the national average for claims costs are running at 7%, and Florida typically is 3 to 4% higher than the national average. Once again, our current medical drivers are cancer, diabetes, and heart disease. Diabetes has the highest overall pharmacy spend. Pharmacy now represents 35% of our plan spend, and COVID continues to impact our claims due to costs of past hospitalizations, vaccines, testing, procedure delays, and facility costs. And those costs are approximately $500,000. However, the impact of inflation has driven our costs up more than increased pharmacy claims and cancer claims. Our pharmacy claims are actually down 1%, but due to inflation, the cost of those claims are up 35%. Specialty pharmacy costs are up 19%. We have fewer hospitalizations, employer using clinics and telehealth more often, but those who have been hospitalized have had longer admissions, and these costs have increased 34%. We only had one new cancer claim this year, thankfully, but costs for cancer claims are up 450%. This leads me into what we have been doing to try to positively impact our employees' health overall. We have two main initiatives we promote and encourage our employees to participate in. They are Motivate Me and Amada. Our goal is to have 100% participation in the wellness plans that we offer. We're in our third year of Motivate Me. This program incentivizes healthy medical and lifestyle choices and is available to employees participating on our medical plan. Employees can earn up to $200 in incentives by participating in wellness screenings such as physicals, mammograms, and colonoscopies. Employees also earn incentives by completing a health assessment and participating in preventative care visits. As previously stated, we're in our third year of Motivate Me, and based on our positive trends, we feel participation is positively impacting our claims. We have seen an increase in utilization and are showing 54% of employees participating in well visit completions, which is 20% over the market norm. We are showing 68% of our employees participating in preventative care utilization, which is 19% over the norm. This is a great improvement because 3 years ago we were lagging in the market. Employees with hypertension and diabetes are engaged and following their treatment plans, as demonstrated by our 81 and 82% medication adherence statistic. As adherence and compliance is imperative to long-term health and chronic conditions. Depression and mental health are also on the rise, but we are also showing an increase over the norm with compliance and adherence in those areas as well. We continue to encourage employees to participate in our Motivate Me program. As a result, we have seen a 2.6 increase in participation. In 2021, 44% of those employees that participated in the program earned incentives. As of July 31st of this year, $30,800 has been redeemed for earning incentives. So employees are participating and rewarded for participating in activities that will benefit their health. We initiated the Armada program in 2022, and it focuses on assisting employees that are at risk for type 2 diabetes and heart disease. Once the employee applies and is approved for the program, he or she receives a free digital scale, a health coach that communicates via the app, and the employee is assigned a support group. Employees can interact with the group and the health coach and can earn $100 in incentives by completing 16 lessons in a 20-week period. The lessons consist of different topics to include how to navigate cravings using mindfulness, basic nutrition, how certain drinks are more caloric than others, how to sleep better, and overcoming overeating. This is a great targeted program to help the employees stop disease progression, as chronic conditions are costly to our insurance plan. Prior to starting the renewal planning, the city released an RFP for health insurance administration, reinsurance, and employee assistance program. The selection committee, which was made up of members to include police, human resources, and finance, unanimously recommended staying with Cigna. Cigna offered a 2.3% reduction in administrative fees for our medical plan, a 0% increase in reinsurance premiums, which is stop-loss coverage. Stop-loss coverage is used to limit the city's liability on each individual to set a dollar amount per policy year. So if an employee has reached $300K in claims, Cigna pays for the claim thereafter. Cigna has also offered a 100% pass-through rate of pharmacy rebates, which means the city gets 100% of the rebate rather than a partial rebate, as is sometimes negotiated with smaller groups. With medical insurance and employee assistance being both administered by Cigna, there are no network or medication disruptions to the employee. Due to inflation and higher costs of claims, the renewal projection calls for a 13.1 increase in funding. The Benefits Committee, which is made up of members to include all unions and non-union members, is recommending that the increase for employees with dependent coverage increase by 6.5%. This is a $21.56 monthly increase for those who have Employee Plus One coverage, and a $45.28 monthly increase for those employees who carry Employee Plus Family coverage. The city will continue to pay 100% of employee-only coverage. We are very excited about the increased utilization of the Employee Health Center, and we have some exciting metrics to share there as well. Our employees really enjoy the convenience and accessibility of the Employee Health Center, and we continue to have high satisfaction ratings from our employees. This high satisfaction rate will increase visits if employees recommend the health center to one another. Our year-to-date visits may be down, but that's because we're experiencing less visits due to COVID testing and vaccines. Our employees are engaged with the clinic, with almost 75% of employees using the clinic over a rolling 12-month period. We have a 97% quality composite rate, which means our clinical staff is following up on quality measures during visits, which include blood pressure and blood pressure control, tobacco screening and follow-up, depression screening and follow-up, and A1C follow-up. We strive to have all employment appointments filled each day, and our providers are spending 77% of their time, on average, with employees daily. We have a 2-to-1 return on investment. The annual savings are realized through network replacement, lab replacement, and drug avoidance. We're very excited to be offering 2 new services at our Employee Health Center. Starting in October, the city will be offering massage therapy to our employees. We are also partnering with Jet Dental in December to offer 2 days of dental services for our employees. Jet Dental works with our insurance carriers and will offer a pop-up dental service at the clinic to include cleanings, fillings, scaling, and root planing. They will also offer tooth whitening at a discounted rate. This is a great opportunity for our employees, as 82% of the clients that Jet Dental sees have not been to a dentist in over 2 years. 50% of Americans have gum disease, and these individuals are 3 times more likely to have a stroke and 2 times more likely to have a heart attack. Dental care also helps to reduce claims and improve employee health. So our renewal recommendations are to stay with the current medical plan, continue our open access network, maintain our current plan design, continue our wellness programs, Motivate Me and Omada, and continue to expand services at our Employee Health Center. Questions?
Any questions? Councilmember Teixeira.
So I'm very aware that patient compliance has been and will always be a challenge. And so to see those numbers to me is remarkable and deserves to be noted. I think one of the strong contributors is the staff, from front desk to the physician. They're engaging, very knowledgeable, and I think they should take big credit for those participation or compliance numbers. My experience there has been above and beyond my expectations, and I want to give them credit. So I just wanted to give that little kudos to them.
I'll pass it on.
Vice Mayor.
I would echo the same thing. I've been really pleased with them. Was wondering about the massage things, like how much is that going to cost, and are they ready to go? Or...
We are ready to go. We're starting off in October.
Okay.
And what we're doing as a little promotion is we are contributing. We're doing free massages in October.
Ooh.
So our massage therapist will be at our health fair, giving out flyers, and so after that, the city will contribute $10 per employee per month, so basically one a month, to the cost of the massage for the rest of the year.
Fantastic. The other thing is, on the impact of inflation, you have pharmacy claims are down 1%, but the cost of those claims are up 35%. I was wondering, with recent federal legislation, do you think those pharmacy costs are going to come down a little bit for people?
Probably not.
Probably not?
I don't think so.
No.
John, do you want to
Come on up.
Yeah.
contribute?
Good morning, Council. Sean Fleming, Senior Benefits Consultant with the Garing Group. To answer your question, I think there's a lot of to be determined. If you look at pieces of the legislation, a lot of the focus is around Medicare and Medicaid and some of those costs with pharmaceuticals. I will say that pharmaceuticals is obviously a hot topic in Washington, especially even the pharmacy rebating practice, which Jill talked about a little bit in the presentation. So I think more to come, but right now we haven't seen anything that's going to be an immediate negative in a good way reduction cost to plans yet, based on what we've seen. We think that'll be more on the Medicare side first, and then that may be a model for it to trickle down into the group health plans.
Okay, thanks. And then the other question was the specialty pharmacy costs are up 19%. I have no idea, what's an example of some specialty pharmacy costs that would be up that
So
much?
specialty pharmacy, there's a number of categories. Your biggest ones are gonna be obviously cancer and new specialty meds that are around that. But the other one that, if you watch a football game or a golf tournament, you see the Humiras, the Enbrels, what we call biologic drugs. So these are way more complex than making an aspirin or a blood pressure medication. They're these drugs that use DNA, that use very complex manufacturing processes. That's what we would kind of lump into the specialty category. A lot around psoriasis the last couple of years. So that whole rheumatoid kind of autoimmune, which includes rheumatoid arthritis, psoriasis, a number of those are our biggest category of those drugs right now.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bunker.
I'm thrilled by all the services. The health center is amazing. They, earlier this year when I went in there, they ran a test on me and said, you've got to get to the emergency room right now. And I said, okay, I'll hop in my car and drive over there. And they said, no, you're not hopping in a car. And being a stubborn old guy, I said, I don't want an ambulance. They drove me over to the emergency room. They wouldn't let me go without making sure I got over there and got the care that I needed. So I really appreciate that. Also, I think it's absolutely terrific that we're adding dental. That's a great service for all the employees.
Consent?
Yes.
5.3.
Approve the first addendum to the collective bargaining agreement as negotiated between the city and Communication Workers of America Local 3179.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jennifer Poyer, Human Resources Director. Our current collective bargaining agreement with the CWA is good through September 30th of 2023. However, as you all are aware, we've been having some staffing challenges in terms of attraction and retention, and as a result, the staff did a internal market study to see how our positions were doing out in the market, and we brought the results of that study to you back earlier in May. As a result of that, we started negotiations with the CWA for an addendum so that we could increase the pay ranges for those that were behind the market. And we also made some additional changes that included some certification pay for police telecommuters. It also includes vacation buyback for our employees that have used at least 40 hours of vacation. And lastly, it includes some enhancements to our pension, which is reducing our vesting from 10 years to 5 years, and then increasing our multiplier from 2% to 2.5%. The pension portion is a companion piece, and that is a pension ordinance that will be brought forward in the near future. The CWA did ratify this vote at a 376 to 33 vote, which is great. That's high turnout for them, so we're incredibly encouraged by that. The estimated cost for the wage adjustments were included in the proposed budget. A future amendment may be required to cover the increases depending on the pension plan and the vacation buyback. The CWA is also here in case you have any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Poyer? Or from the union? Consent?
Yep.
6.1.
Approve a one-year agreement with Juvenile Welfare Board and the city for funding youth programs.
Good morning, Sadie Clayton, Recreation Division Manager. In front of you is an agreement that we have with the Juvenile Welfare Board to provide after-school and summer camp programs at the North Greenwood and Ross Norton Recreation Centers. These programs not only provide a safe place for the children to go during their out-of-school time, but the curriculum is designed to help with children making healthy lifestyle choices, academic achievement, and increasing social and leadership skills. The grant helps fund staff, equipment, supplies, and as well as qualified tutors. Additionally, this grant funds provides funds to help reimburse the city for the lifeguards that provide the 2-week water safety classes that we provide to 2 local Clearwater elementary schools, which are Bel Air and Skycrest. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Consent? Yes. 6.2.
Rock and Roll Marathon overview.
Brian's running this. It's Sunday. He's struggling because of his hip. Gonna do it.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, Chris Cook, Parks and Recreation Senior Manager. This morning, we wanted to just give you an update as we're a few weeks away from the Rock and Roll Marathon. As you're aware, in 2019, we brought a host venue agreement to host the Rock and Roll Marathon here in Clearwater. Soon after that agreement went into place, we experienced a pandemic, which pushed the event back out of 2019 and out of 2020, or I'm sorry, out of 20 and then 21. So this will be the first year of that. So we came back and did an amendment so we could keep the 5-year period for it. So this would be the first year of the 5-year term. With Imagine Clearwater underway and the construction that's going on there, we've had a course adjustment for this 1 year, which will be out of Clearwater Beach, where it'll be leaving out of Clearwater Beach and then returning to Clearwater Beach. So with that, there's a lot of public impact, as you're all well aware of being on the beach. So we wanted to give you an update today on the mitigating communications that we've done to make residents, businesses aware of the race. I have Ashley Zucchino, the Community Relations Coordinator, and Scott Langen, the Southeast Operations Manager from the Rock and Roll Marathon, here to talk about any questions you may have for them as well. I'm going to roll through this presentation fairly quickly in the interest of your time. So the first couple of slides are just going back and talking about why this race was really important with us, how a lot of our missions align. Specifically the demographics, the amount of tourism that this brings in. And then once we get into the impact, so it's a 2-day event. On Saturday, October 1st, will be the 5K event, which is leaving out of Sandkey Park. So the impacts are shown there around the Sandkey Bridge and Gulf Boulevard, starting around 6:30 a.m. Our police is the main, has taken the lead role on public safety, as well as traffic, and our traffic engineering helping with that as well. Then the big impact day is the 2nd of October, which is the half marathon. Again, leaving out of Clearwater Beach, we'll be going over the Memorial Causeway. So we expect there to be a closure and delays on the Memorial Causeway starting at 6:30 a.m. The race will start right at 7, and then we'll basically have a parade of vehicles following the last runner, so that as soon as the last runner hits areas of our city, we'll be able to reopen up streets and reopen up traffic. Some of the communications, and this is more from the side of the Rock and Roll Marathons, put out a lot of marketing, a lot of really elegant and attractive marketing pieces they've done, which is good for Clearwater, as well as just a notification in all these different ways: emails, promotions, signage, posters, the impact notices that are being made that are going to be sent out to everybody within a certain perimeter to the course, as well as some meetings that they've had and mailers. From our side, our public communications and our police have both been very active on getting things out to the community. There's a website page. They've created an interactive map that can answer questions for people. They have text to subscribes, email alerts, auto dialer. They've created a traffic information line for people that can hit certain areas of where they're located and find how this race impacts them, as well as they've been, both public communications and police have been attending meetings, letting the business community know what to expect as well. Again, further communications, there's variable message boards that are going out. We utilize utility bill stuffers, and then traffic impact notices that are going out to the community at some of our closest rec centers and that sort of thing. So with that, like I said, I'm here to answer any questions from the city's perspective, and we have members of Rock and Roll as well, if there's any questions from council.
Well, I just want to thank our staff and Rock and Roll, but also all of our citizens. These are great events. but I want to thank the citizens who are inconvenienced. This is nothing like Ironman, where we inconvenience the entire county. This is just internal to the city and really the western portion, so. Questions? Vice Mayor?
So I think it's exciting that y'all are here. I've run the Rock and Roll Marathons in San Diego and Phoenix especially for a number of years because it was in January. I was coming from Chicago area. I had a couple of questions about where are they doing their pickup packets and all that stuff the couple of days before? And then do you have any kind of shuttles? Because I'm wondering where are people going to park when you arrive at, I don't know, 5 a.m., 6 a.m. on a Sunday at the beach?
Both are very good questions, and the first ones we typically get asked by our athletes. So for this event, we're essentially basing it out of Pier 60. Our expo footprint is going to be out of there. The green space that's adjacent is going to have more of an expo feel to it. There's going to be some vendors there. There's going to be registrations for next year. And then as far as parking is concerned, you saw on the slide there that 46% of the residents are from Florida. Some are from outside. So what we believe is going to happen, as it happens at most events, is that they're going to stay at the hotels on the beach side. So some of the parking is handled by hotel stays and a quick, easy walk to the start and a walk back from the finish line. For the athletes that are coming on into town for maybe a closer distance, we were going to utilize city parking lots and then utilize Jolly Trolley in order to bring them on back to the start line and then back to their parking lots, where we currently have a parking plan in development in working with Jolly Trolley and to identify these parking garages that we think are going to be most suitable for the athletes' needs.
So like maybe a shuttle over the causeway? Park them downtown and then
correct,
shuttle
yes.
over? Okay.
Yep, that is correct. And then also Sankey Park, there'll be another shuttle from Sankey Park.
To the start at Pier 60?
That is correct.
Okay.
And the idea with that, Council, is just for people coming from different directions, that they'll have a closer proximity without having to come across in through downtown to drop off and then get on a shuttle. If they're coming from the south, they can go to Sankey Park. They've already been in communications and permits issued for us to use Sankey Park as a park and ride area.
And then the pickup packets on what, a Friday or Friday, Saturday? Where's that going to happen?
That's to be at Pier 60 as well.
So they got to go into the beach to pick up packets. And that's usually, you just stop, dash in and get out. I mean, they're going to have to pay to go and pick up their packet?
That is correct. And again, a lot of the athletes who are coming out of town, I mean, they're not coming in just for the day. They're coming to experience the city for a week. Sometimes 4 or 5 days, depending on what their schedule allows. But they would already be at the hotel and then walking to the facility. So you would have 46%, as we stated before, would be from the state of Florida. Some outreaching Florida areas to where they would be staying in the hotels, and then others would be driving on in. So there was a little bit of a combination there, but we do believe there would be a lot of walking traffic to Pier 60 in order to pick up those packets.
Okay. And then, do you have any contingencies if there's rain and lightning? What happens?
We do. So with any event that we produce, I mean, clearly we live in outdoor spaces. We work with workings with the local officials and police to figure out timelines of weather. We have a relationship with AccuWeather, so we have a meteorologist on call for every event, so we can speak to lightning strikes, things of that nature, and how we can push back the start time of the event if that is what's called for.
Okay. I've never had to run in, like a storm like that, but if you get started and you're like on mile 4 or 5 and there's some significant lightning, what happens?
It's a great question. So, like I said in the beginning when you had asked, we do have a relationship with AccuWeather. So they start watching it from X miles out, and they tell us where they think the impact's going to be. We alluded to, we had an event here, the Ironman 70.3 World Championships. This is a much shorter in duration, so the event should be over by 11:30. If the need arises to where we had to get athletes off the course, we can utilize Jolly Trolley and some of the other resources that we have on site to pick up athletes and bring them into locations.
Okay.
It's also getting later in the year, and we tend not to have those morning storms either. They tend to build in the afternoon. Councilmember Albritton?
Yeah, just to refresh my memory, Chris, did the Phil Daganero get absorbed into this?
I'm not sure absorbed is the how it happened, but this was the date in particular that race had taken place, and I don't know the terms of the agreement, but basically,
Okay, so it is
that's what
kind
it
of
morphed into.
he got combined into this.
I can speak a little bit
The
more. to
Three
that.
Bridges
Yes.
race.
They had produced an event and they wanted to focus their efforts more on their charity efforts. So we worked with them in order to acquire the event, giving them an influx of capital to do more local outreach. So.
All right, thank you.
How many participants are you expecting?
So if we were in 2019, based upon our registration count, I could tell you with almost absolute certainty. I think, based upon what we're seeing, we would have approximately 6,000 athletes plus or minus take part in the event.
And the TDC is also helping with the cost of this, so.
They are.
Any other questions? This is just an overview. Thank you. We appreciate it. 7.1.
Accept the University of North Florida Training and Services Institute, Inc. Police Technology Management High Visibility Education Enforcement Campaign for Pedestrian and Bicycle Safety Grant Award.
Good morning, Dan Slaughter, Chief of Police. This item is something we've brought to you several years in the past and continue to work in cooperation with the program that the Florida Department of Transportation does through the University of North Florida and the IPTM, or the Institute of Police Technology and Management. It provides funding to conduct a high visibility in education and enforcement campaign for pedestrian bicycle safety. This particular grant allocation is for $21,836.07. The focus will be on 6 particular stretches of roadway. Most of them, they're broken into 2 tiers. Tier 1 in this particular agreement is going to be for Gulf to Bay, essentially from Keene Road to Sky Harbor. And then Tier 2 works on Cordon, Missouri, down to Stevenson Creek and Drew and Fort Harrison through Lincoln. All of those intersections are selected based on traffic data analysis done by the university and selected for us. We don't have the ability to veto them. The idea is to do this education and enforcement, focusing on all aspects of pedestrian bicycle safety, which can be speed, red light, the way they interact through the intersections, following all of the rules of the road. We are required to do 2 public safety messaging, one right within 7 days of the agreement being agreed to, completed, executed, and then another one about midway through the campaign. All funds would have to be exhausted by the end of May. Be more than happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the chief? Consent?
Yep.
7.2.
Approve an event license agreement between Jones Lang LaSalle Americas and the City of Clearwater to host the National Night Out at Countryside Mall.
Dan Slaughter, Police Department again. This item is to facilitate our National Night Out that we will do on October 4th of this year from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Countryside Mall at 27001 US 19. The agreement requires us to complete a use agreement with Jones Lang LaSalle Americas Incorporated, which is the managing group for the mall property, and includes an indemnity aspect of that agreement, so therefore it has to come before council. And so we'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the chief? Consent?
Yes.
7.3.
Okay.
Approve a purchase order TriTech Software Systems for renewal of the TriTech software support and maintenance.
This particular item is kind of an annual aspect that comes each year with the budget. It's just to pay for the maintenance and user licenses necessary for our current computer-aided dispatch system. The company TriTech, or Central Square, has the ability, based on the existing agreement, to raise it by 7% a year. So it is going to be $214,285.66, which, as I said, is pretty much exactly 7% above the agreement. I think they're aware of some of the strategic moves we're making in the future. The agreement, or the agenda item, does reference the procurement strategy of being a single source agreement based on City Ordinance Code 2.5631A. The actual correct one should be 2.15631E, which is a non-competitive, impractical to bid based on the fact that it's in place. It's an infrastructure that we've had for multiple years, and you can't flip it every year. So I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Consent? Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
8.1.
Award construction contracts to the following contractors: Engineered Spray Solutions, Inliner Solutions, and USSI LLC for the sewer point repairs and improvements.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jeremy Brown, Engineering Manager. So this is a carryover from last week, or 2 weeks ago. I brought the $32 million item. We were asked to do presentations. We did one-on-ones last week. Appreciate all your time. Today we thought we'd give the same presentation to the public. Let's see here. So let's do this here. So there's a lot of information behind all this. I tried to boil it down to make it concise so we can kind of get through it relatively quickly. But here we go. We refer to it as the 2023 Sewer Point Repairs and Improvements Project. Today we'll talk real briefly about the public utility systems that they own and operate, a little bit of background. We'll talk briefly about a master plan, and then a program that we developed to do all this work, and then a summary and some questions and answers if you have any. So what does the Public Utilities Department do? Well, they own and operate a bunch of utility systems, right? Well, where does that start? Well, the first one is supply wells. We pull groundwater from the ground and we pump it to one of 3 water treatment plants. From there, we then distribute it to our customers, the residents, and then, of course, it creates wastewater. And that's going to be the focus of today. But after wastewater, where does it go? Well, to one of 3 water reclamation facilities. And then, of course, we end up with reclaimed water that we can distribute afterwards. So here's a little close-up of our collection system. You can see the sort of the scale of it. There's a lot there. There's a lot of work to do. And so what we did was we recently completed a master plan. And this master plan is a 30-year master plan. So it tried to look out to 2050 with population growth and different storm events, and try to help align, I think of it as like a roadmap as to where we have to focus our efforts in the next coming years. So here are the results. Obviously, this is just renewal and replacement. That's why I've kind of put the blue box around it. It's not capacity. These aren't new pipes. These aren't increasing sizes of pipes. This is just replacing what we already have. You can see by 2030, $160 million. It's a lot of work. And so how we, well, by 2050, there's even more. And again, these are estimates. They're gonna change. But this is just, again, to get us sort of ahead of the problem. And a little further breakdown here within the collection system itself. Obviously, the gravity mains, that's where the significant costs are, about $100 million there. And so you've heard us, talk in the past about resources. Well, how are we going to get all this work done? And so what we did was we came up with what we think is an innovative approach, and we developed a program, a sewer program. And that is on this following slide here. We hired a consultant, and the consultant sits at sort of the very top of the chart, you can see. You all approved them about a little over a year ago. It was a pretty significant contract as well. But they're going to help us do all those things that you see on the screen before you today. There's, design components, and there's overseeing our flow monitoring. But then what we're here to talk about today are these. And so these are the maintenance contracts that we're talking about. Now that we have the consultant on board, let me back up. We have these contracts exist today. They've existed for the last couple of years, but we haven't had resources to inspect, to oversee these contractors perform the work. Well, now we do. Now we have this consultant. They have all the resources, and they can help oversee the work, make sure it's being performed correctly, and make sure the quantities are correct as well. And so I'll briefly go through each one of these for the public's benefit. This is Group A. This is cured in place lining, where we install a structural liner inside an existing pipe. You'll see on the right side there's some old clay pipe, and it's brittle, it cracks. Well, this allows us to put a sleeve, basically, and it ends up being a brand new pipe, effectively. Group B, cleaning and video inspection, where a contractor cleans a segment and then performs a video inspection to look for defects and tells us, well, what condition is that pipe in. Group C, emergency and non-emergency repairs, where we have a contractor that mobilizes to make repairs on a 24-hour as-needed basis. Not all of our pipe looks like that, but this is a picture of one of our repairs that we did using this contract. Group D, cleanouts and lateral installation that install new laterals for new service connections and/or replacing existing lines that have defects. There's a Group E, manhole surfacing, where a contractor applies a coating to the inside of a manhole to extend its longevity and also prevent groundwater from leaking into the manhole. And lastly, we have Group F. This is smoke testing and smoke and dye testing, where smoke is introduced into a manhole and then inspectors kind of roam the surface looking for defects that are identified by smoke that's coming up from the ground. With that, we'll summarize real quickly. So again, it's 6 contracts add up to the 32 million. They're maintenance contracts. We're able to scale up now that we have the resources to do so. We're going to bring this back to you each year to request a new budget for the following year, and we'll also tell you about the work we accomplished in the prior year. We're still going to bring bids to you all for council approval, for capital approval projects, and it is a not-to-exceed contract. So with that, I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Mr. Brown, I want to thank you and Mr. Gardner for doing the one-on-ones with everybody. I know it answered a lot of questions. We still may have a couple, but sure. Councilmember Albritton?
Yeah, on Group D, cleanouts and sewer laterals, I had a question does the city require a cleanout on the owner's property, or is it in the right-of-way before the owner's property on the sewer lateral?
We put it right on the property line. I think technically the city owns it.
Okay, so it is the city?
I believe so. Correct, yes, the city owns it.
Okay.
It's a good question. I haven't thought of that one.
Yeah, I know a lot of houses don't have the cleanouts. It's always a handy thing, especially if you have a problem, to get a look, see what's going on, so. Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
I guess,
Vice Mayor?
thanks. Along those lines, and I think I've asked this question before, but just for clarification, when we annex in homes that are, oftentimes people get annexed in for water sewer, so we can assume all those laterals are brand spanking new, right?
Well,
When people are annexed in for our water sewer, because they're getting off a septic?
well, not for sewer. If they have a septic tank and they're getting off a septic and they want to connect, that'll be a new lateral, yes.
But when we annex in others that aren't in that category, do we ensure that all their laterals are clean, or that they have a clean out thing or whatever?
I'm not sure I understand.
Anything on their property side is their responsibility,
Yeah.
whether they have a clean out or not. That's something they can have put in, but the Maginot line is the sidewalk, basically.
Essentially.
But I'm just thinking, before we allow someone to be annexed into the city, could we require them to get some certificate that says all their laterals are in really good condition?
It's a hot topic these days. Our ordinance currently isn't set up that way. There are some of the local municipalities, I think St. Petersburg, maybe Largo, I forget, they're looking into how to accomplish that, whether it's incentives to the homeowner or whatnot. We currently do not have a mechanism to do that now.
Okay.
Other questions? All right, we'll talk about that further on Thursday, 8.2.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Approve the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Wright Pierce, Inc., extending the agreement for 1 additional year, and approve supplemental work order 1 for the wastewater collection flow monitoring services.
Good morning, Jeremy Brown, Engineering Manager. This project will continue to collect, summarize, and evaluate flow, rainfall, and groundwater level data to help us identify locations of excessive inflow and infiltration, we call I&I, and recommend associative corrective actions, which could be using some of the maintenance contracts that we just looked at. The purpose of this item is to amend the original contract, increasing its length from 3 years to 4. The cost increases are largely due to increases in materials and equipment costs since the initial work order was approved back in September of 2019. I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Any questions? Consent?
Yep.
8.3.
Thank you.
Approve a proposal from Keystone Excavators for the drainage improvements at Sally Lane and Lakeview Road.
Good morning. Ellie Schobergen, Engineering Assistant Director. This subject item is for Keystone Excavators to address some repairs at 699 Lakeview Road and 610 Sally Lane. Both of these locations are part of our project backlog, but were significantly more complex than just replacing sidewalk. The repairs at these locations will require site grading, stormwater infrastructure removal, replacement, and road reconstruction. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Consent?
Yep.
8.4,
Approve work order and professional services agreement with Wanamaker Jensen Architects for the design of the new city hall.
Thank you, Ms. Call. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Tara Kivett, Engineering Director. This work order and professional services agreement covers the effort to design a new city hall. Scope includes an update to the previous space needs analysis, numerous concept designs, moving through construction documents, and complete construction administration through the end of the project. The design is anticipated to take 15 months, construction about 18 months, with completion in summer of 2025. Any questions? And also we have Jason Jensen with Wanamaker Jensen Architects here if you've got any specific questions related to design.
I mean, we have a discussion item on City Hall site later. How are we designing a city hall if we have not voted ultimately on the end site? Are we still back on the original site over by the MSB and the police department?
Yes, that is the, what we're designing. That was approved by the council.
Okay. I mean, this won't be going on consent because I'm not going to be voting for a new city hall. I think it's a waste of money. I wish we would at least study this building to see how that we can use it both for a city hall and for the library. I even was approached by our former mayor, Rita Garvey, who said you ought to make this building city hall and build another library more strategically elsewhere, which I found very interesting from somebody who has been with the library as long as she has. But Wanamaker Jensen, how many projects are they on right now for the city? They did the beach fire station. Are they also doing the station on Hercules?
Yes. So that's currently on hold, to my knowledge. 46 at the beach is obviously in construction. So those are the two larger projects that they're doing with us now. We did go through a formal RFQ process for this, and the selection committee did a short list of 3 firms. The firms were invited back to do oral presentations, and Wanamaker Jensen was ranked as the lead firm.
And when they've designed projects and give us a price estimate, how often have they been on target on that?
I have some concerns with some of the budget issues, especially given the recent fire stations. And so Jason and I have talked about that at length.
What was the delta on the fire station?
Yeah, I would have to look that up. There was many factors related to that. Sometimes the budget we establish, we don't increase appropriately because the project gets pushed out into future years, things like that. The design changed on the beach station. But, so again, we've had some serious conversations. We'll be checking on our budget, and if there's any reason that it becomes over budget, we will put the design on hold, look at getting it back into budget before we move forward.
They also designed the Morningside Rec Center, did they not?
Yes, I think so.
And the addition to the North Greenwood?
North Greenwood, I think the original, a long time ago. I'm not sure about the...
Not the original, I think the addition.
I can have Jason come up and give you an
I'd like the
overview.
delta on the estimates versus what the actual costs were by Thursday,
For just 46 or some of their past projects?
past projects.
Got it.
Other questions, Vice Mayor?
Hi, Tara. Is Wanamaker Jensen, are they doing the Largo or Dunedin City Hall?
Not the Largo.
Okay.
Dunedin was Harvard Jolly.
Okay, so neither of those, they're not doing either of those? Okay. Is Wanamaker Jensen intentional at all about employing SBEs, like subcontractors or anything like that, locals?
They do have local firms that make up their team. I'm not sure if they're disadvantaged business enterprises or not.
And I noticed in the, in the attached documents, they'll present us, they'll build to LEED silver levels. I would want to push maybe to something higher if possible. As I said to the Archway people, I would hope Wanamaker Jensen is familiar with all sorts of new incentives in building and construction and comes to the table with those, the Inflation Reduction Act incentives. And certainly, with them, I think the language in that contract was, being cognizant of sustainability and resiliency, but with my knowledge of, especially the Dunedin City Hall, I'd want to send a message that we want that designed to maximize the surface of that roof for maximum solar, for maximum energy efficiencies. And so if they could present us with at least one design, whether we think it's attractive or not, or vote yes or no or whatever, that this is how you're going to maximize your energy efficiency in that building, that would be a great option moving forward. And then I would think that because this is a city building, can they consult with Synergistics at all about best practices of placement of rooms or windows or any of that kind of design thing with Synergistics?
Yes, definitely, and they would look at that regardless of whether Synergistic was on board, but we'll make sure that we coordinate moving forward.
Okay, I think that's it. Thanks.
Other questions? Just to ponder between now and Thursday, once you spend this money, you are going down the rabbit hole of building a new city hall, because you will have expended $3 million, and it will be much more difficult to reverse. So I just want everyone to be cognizant of that before you vote on Thursday. All right, we'll hear more then. 9.1.
Approve an agreement between the city and Tampa Bay Psychology Associates for psychological and educational services for the fire and rescue.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, Scott Ellis, Fire Chief, Clearwater Fire and Rescue. As done with Clearwater Police Department, this request is for approval with an agreement between the City of Clearwater Fire and Tampa Bay Psychology Associates for psychological and educational services for Clearwater Fire and Rescue for first responders not to exceed an amount of $70,000. This will provide 2 visits per firefighter per year. In recent years, the mental health for firefighters and EMS responders have become an increased concern. There are more line of duty. There's more deaths for firefighters and first responders by suicide than there is by in the line of duty. The Clearwater Fire Rescue we have several resources we've already been providing to our firefighters. That includes chaplains, peer support groups, as well as other programs. However, the Tampa Bay Psychology Associates was recommended by other departments like Largo Fire Department and Clearwater Fire Rescue, IFF 1158, as well as Clearwater Police Department for their services and their great treatment for public safety employees. The similar is very similar to the services provided to Clearwater Police Department. Personnel provides for the maintenance of 24/7 resource numbers, as well as individual counselings, mental health check-ins, fitness for duty, and employee wellness and safety training. This term for this agreement is for 1 year, and with that, I'm happy to answer any questions for clarification.
Any questions for the chief? Vice Mayor?
So they're allowed 2 visits per firefighter per year. Can they put those visits in a pool if they choose not to use them, and others can have more visits per year?
The maximum is $70,000. So if there's ones that we're actually not utilizing and others utilizing 3 or 4, then it would just, as long as it doesn't exceed to $70,000. It's averaged out for 2 visits per firefighter per year.
Okay, so there's not a limit, there's no limit?
No, there's
Okay,
no maximum limit on each individual.
fantastic.
Consent?
Yes.
9.2.
Approve an agreement between Pinellas County and the city to provide emergency medical services, ALS, first responder services.
Again, Council, Mayor Scott Ellis, Fire Chief. This request is for the approval that we've done in the past for the amended Emergency Medical Services ALS First Responder Agreement with Pinellas County. As stated, the Pinellas County Emergency Medical Services Authority is a special district created for the purpose of providing EMS services throughout Pinellas County, who contracts with the various municipalities and the special districts. These agencies, we meet routinely within the county to analyze the response data as well as any EMS needs for continued improvement. One of the areas that they've adjusted in this one is, for instance, last year, we saw a significant increase of our units transporting, which we don't receive anything back. So one of the changes that we would receive in this newer contract is $100 per transport. Through this contract, Clearwater Fire Rescue is funded to provide advanced life service to the residents of Clearwater. In 2021, we responded to 27,788 EMS calls for services. Again, just like most agencies within the nation, it's about 85 to 90% of the call volume that they see into EMS. This contract provides for reimbursement of engine and rescue units, EMS coordination positions, and projected capital as outlined in Appendix A. For fiscal year 22-23, it's about $7,374,492. This agreement is good for 2 years, commencing October 1st, 2022, and then September 30th, 2024, with some provisions in to extend. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the chief? Consent? 10.1.
Approve a future land use map amendment from residential urban to the institutional category for portions of property located at 110 North McMullen Booth Road.
Thank you, Kyle Brotherton, Planning and Development. This case involves a 0.891 acre portion of a 41.016 acre property located generally on the southwest corner of Drew Street and McMullen Booth Road, McMullen Booth Road, which is the Calvary Church property. The amendment areas are generally located between Cleveland Street and Cherry Lane, west of McMullen Booth, and at the western terminus of Cleveland Street. The applicant is requesting to amend the future land use category of these amendment areas from residential urban to institutional. Historically, the church has gone through this future land use map amendment process as they have assembled properties, and they've amended those properties to institutional. The amendment would allow the property to have one consistent future land use category of institutional, and the applicant currently has a building permit in review for a revised parking lot and associated stormwater facilities on the property. The proposed amendment would allow for a more cohesive parking plan, and the Community Development Board reviewed this application at its August 16th, 2022 public hearing and made a unanimous recommendation of approval to council.
Any questions? All right. 9.2.
Approve a zoning atlas amendment from the low, medium density residential district to the institutional district for portions of property located at 110 North McMullen Booth Road.
10.2.
Thank you. Kyle Brotherton, Planning and Development again. So this is a companion case to case LEP 2022-06005, and it involves that same 0.891 acre portion of property. For this case, the applicant is requesting to amend the zoning atlas designation from low, medium density residential to institutional. And again, at the August 16th public hearing, the Community Development Board recommended unanimous approval of this case.
Any questions? All right. 10.3.
Approve the first amendment of the interlocal agreement for planning and mapping services and/or special project work with Ford Pinellas.
Good morning, Jamie Lopko, Planning and Development. You have before you an amendment to an existing interlocal agreement between the city and Forward Pinellas. It's for planning and mapping services and special project work. It's currently slated to expire on September 30th of 2022, and we're proposing a 4-year extension of this agreement. So the amendment will be to change the term of the agreement to expire September 30th of 2026.
Questions? How often do we avail ourselves of these services?
At this point, we have not utilized the contract, but it is something that is nice to have in place in case we have the need arises.
Okay. Consent?
Yeah.
11.1.
Authorize a purchase order with Verizon Wireless for cellular and mobile data services.
Mayor, Council, Dan Mayer, IT Director. This is our annual renewal for wireless services. This covers all the city's cell phones and wireless cards for
a lot of our mobile computers that are used in police, fire, some of the other departments.
Any questions? Consent?
Yep.
11.2,
Authorize a purchase order to the State of Florida Department of Management Services for Suncom Long Distance Service.
Mayor, Council, this is a contract that the Department of Management Services negotiates to get reduced rates from a number of different phone companies. In particular, this provides the copper alarm lines that we need for all elevators and building alarm systems, as well as some long-distance packages for our phone call-outs.
any questions? Consent? All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to take a 10-minute recess before we start the next items. will reconvene the work session. We are on item 12.1.
Approve the selection committee's recommendation for the Clearwater Airpark fixed base operator.
Morning, Mayor, Council, Eric Gandy, Marine and Aviation Director. I'm going to give you a little background before I introduce the team members from Fly USA and discuss this item. So Clearwater Airpark's been in existence at the same location in a variety of forms since 1939. In the 60s, the neighborhood's built up around that operation, and for the last 22 years, it's been operated by Clearwater Airpark, Inc., Mr. David King. During that time, Mr. King has adhered to the city's request for the management of the airpark and maintained it as a community airpark. I will tell you that, since coming into my new position, we started looking at all our leases and where they were in terms of terming. This lease terms at the end of November, and it's the final term of this 22-year lease. Accordingly, Mr. Jennings and I had some conversations and even went through some exercises and looked at some of the numbers to see if we could run that, if the city of Clearwater could run the airpark in its current state. And quite frankly, the answer is no. I know what the revenues are. I know the sources of revenue out there, and for the city to do it and to hire the personnel necessary to do it and catch up on the deferred maintenance would not make economic sense. For that reason, we decided that we needed to pursue, and we were required to pursue, an RFP to see what the private sector interest might be. As part of that process, spent a lot of time and effort researching the history of the airpark, the financials of the airpark, and talking to some of the members of the community. I solicited input from the Airpark Advisory Board, and again, met with the Airpark Advisory Board last Friday to discuss this at a final public meeting. Ultimately, I think a little explanation because of the RFP process is in order. I provided a little bit to advisory, but this is for the public's edification. Certainly, these RFPs are required to be managed in a certain way to make sure that we don't insert outside influence, set up a situation where one vendor is disadvantaged by information getting out in the public. So we can't share those during the process. We can't speak of the process. We use volunteers from the city, from a variety, in this case, a variety of different departments to try and get a good mix of folks on these committees. Committees have to review these RFPs in a silo, if you will. We look at the proposals themselves. We then request presentations if warranted, and in this case we felt it was certainly warranted to have an extra opportunity for these firms to present to the public. For all the reasons I mentioned before, to ensure that we have this thing done correctly and we don't have those influences, that's what the committee recommends, and the recommendations are based on, are what we have before us in the presentation. That's it. And that's the way it's supposed to be. We don't sit in your seats. We don't have the constituency, the politics, and those types of conversations to contend with. We make a recommendation based on the information we have. And in both cases, the committee unanimously recommended a firm of Fly USA to negotiate with in pursuit of another lease agreement for the Clearwater Airpark. I've shared with the city manager and many of you my thoughts on this in our one-on-ones, and hopefully you've had the material that allows you to have discussions on this item. I think the Airpark Advisory Board had some good questions, and they were able to really flesh out a lot of stuff that was unanswered based on the RFP process. So today I'd like to introduce the members of the Fly USA team, represented by their attorney, Brian Oaks Jr., Barry Shevlin, and Mike Connor. We're here today to answer any questions you might have. The request of staff and myself is to obtain your permission to enter into negotiations with Fly USA for the operation of the airpark.
You going to do any presentation or just what we have?
what you have, coupled with any questions you might have based on our conversations.
All right, questions? There's a lot, so it's going to be a while. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Gandy, for that information and for the one-on-ones. And I wanted to say thanks to the Air Park Advisory Board who met on Friday. I watched that 2-hour-plus meeting. A lot of kudos to the Advisory Board Chair, Kelly O'Donnell. She ran a smooth, respectful meeting, I thought. A lot of good commentary. And I wanted to say thanks to Mr. Gandy for providing a lot of answers to a bunch of questions I posed last week. And you made a statement here as you started off that that could the city run the air park in its current state with our sources of revenue, and for the city to hire and catch up on deferred maintenance, that it's not feasible, financially feasible to do that. This is just a little aside question, maybe more for Mr. Jennings or others. My concern is there any other city asset that we have been deferring maintenance on this long? So if you just want to tuck that away for maybe our Wednesday meeting, because I'd like to know and not be kind of blindsided with, rusting hangars and things like that. Okay, so on Friday's presentation, it was noted that we have a wait list for the air park and that there's been a wait list for nearly 20 years.
So there's a bit of wait list for hangars. It's a limited resource in the Tampa Bay region, of course. They're even speaking of a closure of Albert Whitted, which would make that more acute. We've spoken about the potential to raise those rates.
Right.
Historically, there's been a desire to maintain accessibility. So two challenges with raising rates. We did a market rate study and we are at market rate. That's been complaints from the existing tenants. Well, it's too expensive and the fuel's too expensive. Well, both the market rate study and the fuel study demonstrated that both are at market rate, and fuel perhaps is even a little bit below market rate. I don't think that you could raise the rates enough to address the issues that we have to tackle out there.
And no kind of special assessment for current tenants or anything like that, like,
Well, it's run through the lease. I mean, certainly if we establish a new lease and the city, the city tried to run it, I mean, those would all be subject of conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't think we get there based on the revenue sources, which are hangars, fuel, and subleases to some of the flight school and the aircraft repair.
Okay. I don't understand the relationship of Fly USA and Paradise Ventures. Like, what are their interests or responsibilities in engaging? Like, who's got what responsibility? What's their?
I think it's best to bring them up and have them answer
Okay,
that question.
yep.
I think that would be appropriate. Barry Shevlin.
Hi, good morning. Barry Shevlin. To answer your question, the division of responsibilities, Fly USA, RNT, would actually be running the airport operations on an ongoing basis, and Paradise Ventures is in the real estate development business. So most of the redevelopment that we're proposing, or that was proposed in the master plan, would be led by the Paradise team, and the airfield operations, in the, short, medium, and long term would be the Fly USA team. So it's a pretty clear delineation of responsibilities.
Okay. And then I'd like some clarification of this. It was sort of referred to like as a monster in the room on Friday, but this analogy of the fear of reaching out to the FAA for grant money or support in any way because of the risk of being required to operate 24/7. So, I don't like that that's an unconfirmed threat that's been hanging out there for quite a while. Does anybody have any clarification on that?
So historically, I think because of the sensitivity of operations out there and the sensitivity of the surrounding neighborhoods to the potential for 24-hour operations, I think there's been a reluctance to engage with FAA. We've utilized funding from FDOT grants, and they can come in the form of a 50-50 match or an 80-20 with FDOT paying 80%. Some of the FAA grants are upwards of 95%, but we would have to investigate that and, you know, look to see if that extra 15% has any strings attached.
But couldn't we just call other, you know, comparable little airports and say, hey, are you guys getting any FAA, or, FAA funding at all? And, you know, are they open 24/7? Are they required to?
So some are, and there are some requirements that they maintain operations for 24 hours. It's unique to each project, so we would have to investigate each project and determine.
Okay.
But again, 80/20, 95/5, the math is still a challenge for us in terms of some of these projects.
Okay. Clarification about the ability of any operator of the air park to expand into the Landings Golf Course. And so I know Mr. Ongst was adamant about this on Friday, that we're not intending to expand into Landings, any of that business. But I want to be clear in my understanding that if at any time there was any expansion of the air park into the Landings Golf Course, it would be a charter review and the voters would vote on it. Is that correct?
So the Landings historically was part of the air park. I don't know if a lot of people know that, but it was part of what the air park was. There's no desire from this team to expand into the Landings, and certainly that could be subject to our lease negotiations if authorized to do so.
But the question is yes or no. Does it have to be a charter amendment to expand the air park into the Landings?
Mr. Margolis.
Because it is a zoned OSR in that area, I don't know that it needs a charter amendment per se, but if we want to develop or maintain that area as anything other than green space, it would require a referendum approval.
Okay. Okay. So that seems the answer is that the air park will not expand into the Landings unless there's voter approval.
That is correct. It cannot be developed or maintained as anything other than green space without voter approval.
And Councilmember, we'd be happy to put any Landings prohibition in the lease to make it crystal clear that you all want. Thank you.
So one of the concerns, you know, that was brought up is the fear that if the air park transitions into a more, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, corporate jet traffic, is that what you guys, that phrase, corporate jet or small, you know, you talked about turbos, something?
Yeah, I'd definitely like to address that.
Okay.
There was a talk track over the last couple of weeks, and I think part of this goes to, you know, the confidentiality of the RFP process in general. People just looked at what FlyUSA does for a business, and which is primarily a jet charter service, and assumed that that was the type of activity we were going to be bringing to the airport. We do want to bring higher value tenants in, which was aligned with what the RFP asked for, and our focus is going to be on the turboprop category of airplanes, not light jets or mid-sized jets. The facility, the runway length, just does not accommodate that, you know, that type of plane. A lot of the safety concerns you heard from the current tenant were using, you know, he was referring to balance field length, that he was referring to things at a class of plane that we have no intention of, you know, trying to bring into the airport.
Okay. So from your presentation, you started by saying, FlyUSA says that you're not going to be the status quo, that you really want to activate and prepare for the future. I think that's fantastic. Y'all even mentioned electric planes and things like that, which was great. But I'm not really clear on what that means, or what really activate means. I like, you know, the discussion that you all had about, and I think the advisory board was on board with this as well. Kelly mentioned the idea of a restaurant being there that's, you know, not just a snack bar, but a restaurant where you can come and view the planes and make it a destination for visitors as well as residents. I think that's a fantastic idea. But I wanted a little more clarification from you all of what really activate means besides, so that restaurant's great, and she had mentioned maybe even an outdoor playground or something, families come, and you have your corporate offices there, but what else does really activate need? And I had no historical perspective of what this air park was used for in the past that was really engaging the public, some kind of festivals or events or whatever. Can you?
Yeah, I mean, part of it is, look, the facility today, I mean, the terminal today is a little over 3,000 square feet. I don't know if you've been there, but it's basically two double-wide trailers that are slapped together. You know, really the centerpiece of what we're proposing is building a new 15,000 square footish FBO and facility that will have a number of common areas that can be used by, we discussed the EAA group on, on the meeting on Friday. That's one example of someone that would be able to use a nicer, higher quality facility. But we really want, I mean, Air Park is, I mean, there's so much potential there. I mean, this is an underutilized asset in the city of Clearwater, and we'd like to turn it into something that the community's proud of and that they're able to use on a regular basis. You think about your temporary space here. I mean, if that facility existed, maybe you would have preferred to use that. We really want it to be part of the community. It's important to us.
Yeah, I agree. It's a great community asset and has lots of potential. There was a concern raised about the need for small plane flight training and where would that go. And then it seems to me that there were a number of residents who spoke who've lived in the community for 20 to 30 years. The one gentleman works from home and said, in the last 5 years, he's noticed this incredible increase in flight traffic and noise. And so I'm wondering what happened within the last 5 years to really increase things. I'm thinking it's the helicopters, which seem to be really to produce the most decibels.
Yeah, so I'm going to answer, you asked a couple of questions, and answer. The flight training in total, the hours of training that the school is providing has doubled in the last 12 months. So he was not imagining that. I mean, the flight, there is so much demand for pilot training today that, they've had a virtually unlimited amount of demand coming in for those services, but it's gotten out of balance.
And they have freedom to do that as much as they want? They can have helicopters taking and landing as long as the hours are open?
That's correct.
Round the clock?
That's correct.
They have all that freedom and flexibility?
That is correct.
Okay.
Our intention is to limit that, and we've been very clear that we want to reduce the volume of flight training specifically with the helicopters, which I think we addressed in a number of places throughout our proposal. The helicopters are by far the biggest complaint that that we're hearing from the neighborhood, and that activity has continued to increase, as I mentioned, doubling over the last 12 months. We've already engaged in conversations with the owner of the current flight school. He recognizes the need to get things back into balance. But I also want to say we don't want to remove the flight school. We think flight school is important, but it's got to be a better balance than what's there today. The volume is just, it's just too much.
Kelly had mentioned some concern about, I'm going to just say like more income constrained or people who couldn't afford higher level covered hangars and all that. She mentioned covered grass tie downs and things like that. And it seems to me your plan wants to kind of phase that out and have these higher income.
That's true and not true. There are four types of places where people can store their planes today. The least expensive is a tie down where the plane is out in the open, in the grass, or on a small cement pad. The next step up from that are the shade hangars. There's 3 rows of shade hangars with 10 spots under each of them, so we're at 30 shade hanger spots today. Those shade hangars are in really bad shape. I mean, there's structural issues with them. Some of the support beams are rusted all the way through. And what we heard from watching some of the advisory board meetings, that needed to be prioritized. So when the selection committee asked us to present, they asked us what our first 3 projects would be. We said the parking lot, the FBO, and then replacing the shade hangars. Now, we would like to replace the shade hangars with corporate hangars, but in no, the master plan, which our response was based on, which was created a few years ago, was replacing the shade hangars with T hangars. So it wasn't our idea to remove the shade hangers and replace them with something else. That was in the plan. The only difference was in lieu of T hangers, which are more expensive than shade hangers, we wanted to put a couple corporate box hangers in that footprint. Since Friday, I've talked to a few other tenants that are shade hanger tenants. Some of them would like to upgrade and move into T hangers. They haven't been able to because of the wait list. So I think, again, this is just going to require communication. Let's talk to everybody that's a shade hanger tenant, find out who would like to upgrade into T hangers. Our plan includes building 18 more of those. Who wants to, downgrade to a tie down, and who would prefer to stay in shade hangers, and maybe we can find another spot to build a smaller number of shade hangers. That wasn't in our initial proposal, but because, again, we were using the master plan that was already produced as our guideline for the response. So there are a number of planes there that are not airworthy. No propellers on them, rusted, sitting in the sitting in the grass. They haven't moved in 2, 3, 5, 7 years. Those are the tenants we want to displace, right? So there's going to be room for everybody that's there that's an active tenant and using their planes, but we don't want it to look like a salvage yard.
Right.
I mean, it should be, again, this facility has the potential to be to be something really special, and we want to help activate that.
I'll let other people go, but what does the community activation, what did it look like in the past that you're hoping to bring back?
Well, I mean, just in the air park itself, there was
Yeah.
more of a sense of community where tenants worked with one another, and and there was a sense of more of a family there, and it was used more. There used to be more events. There were open houses once or twice a year. There are Young Eagles flights where children learn how to fly, and there've just been fewer and fewer of those events over the last decade, and we'd like to bring those things back. So.
During Neighborhoods Day,
Yeah.
the air park used to be open.
Yeah.
And there were helicopter rides. I know everybody hates the helicopters, but there were helicopter rides and other things that were going on. I think that's some of the activation that used to occur.
Can people who store their plane there, can they be a private contractor to take tourists out for little sunset flights? Can they operate their kind of business out of there or park their plane there for
Yeah,
that?
there are two, I think, in addition to the flight school, there are two other businesses that do aerial tours.
Okay.
That exactly what you're describing,
Okay.
that are there today.
Okay, thanks. I'm good for now.
Other questions?
Okay,
Councilmember
comments,
Albright.
not questions. Can I go?
Yes.
Okay.
You want a paper invitation?
Well, I've seen better days with our little air park, and I'm glad to see that we have plans to activate this. I've always thought that we're lucky that we have this air park in Clearwater. It's the highest air park around, so it's all the talk we've had over the years, it's we can eliminate it. No, we can't. I mean, I think it's very important for that air park for our community because it is so high. But I've seen it kind of go downhill in the past years. I was, as I said before, I was involved with some of the going out and talking to some of the airplane owners when they had some issues with build-outs on some of the hangars years ago. And I'm glad to see that we got that all under control, but I don't think there was a lot of, I was disappointed to see that there wasn't a lot of overseeing of things there. And I think we could do a lot better, so I'm happy to see the plan here. I know we have a lot of guys I know that are out there, and I'm sure a lot of them will have first choice on whether they want to upgrade to better hangars, or if they're in a shade hangar to go to something that's enclosed. I'm happy to see that. But I just wanted to make the comment that I think it's long overdue for us to be doing something better with that air park.
Thank you, we agree.
Councilmember Tejeda.
So you actually already addressed the three major concerns that were communicated to me through various citizens, and that was the reduction of the helicopter flight school. That was the most prevalent. And then there's a misunderstanding or not clear understanding regarding the safety concerns of the jet operations, which you've clarified. But if you can just take a couple of minutes to just explain the turbo, just to go on record. And then last but not least was that sense of community and make it sort of a destination, add that to our destinations in our city. So if you could just take a minute and just address any concerns regarding the turboprop, because that's still the remaining concern that I've been hearing from citizens.
Sure. So the turboprops that we're targeting are like the Pilatus PC-12 or the King Air 200s. And those, they're higher performance planes than Pistons. They're able to travel longer. They have larger cabins, but they don't require the type of runway length that a jet requires. We don't have a lot of that traffic there today. Those, ironically, there are a number of both Pilatuses and King Airs based at Albert Whitted in downtown St. Pete, whose runway is 1,000 feet shorter than ours. So, there's no question that there are commercial operators that would be interested in coming to the airport. The reason they don't is, when, if you're chartering someone and you own a plane that's that valuable, these are $3, $4, $5 million planes, passengers disembarking and walking into a double-wide trailer is not the typical experience that client is looking for. So when we say really building something state-of-the-art, it's to make it attractive, not just for the owners but for the pilots as well. It's interesting, the pilots that manage planes on behalf of owners have a lot of latitude in where they want to where they want to bring planes. If somebody's going to Clearwater Beach, they have 2-3 options in Pinellas County. It's that pilot that's going to make the decision. So the nicer facility that caters to him, that has a nice crew car and potentially a restaurant, becomes a much more highly attractive place for him to hang out for the 4 or 6 hours while he's waiting for his owner to come back.
That's it for me.
Councilmember Bunker.
I think your plans look great. I'm happy that you want to sink some money into making it a really top-class place. I just hope that you carry through it with your promises for neighborhood liaisons and making sure that you've got good relations.
It is our intention.
Okay. So how would the air park services change under your management versus what we currently have and have had for the last 22 years?
So I'll start with adding amenities. There are some simple amenities that are at FBOs that just aren't available at the air park today. The first is a crew car. Well, that doesn't sound important. When pilots are coming from other towns and other places, they want to be able to, most FBOs will just provide a car for them to use for a few hours for them to go somewhere. We're very interested in, we're bringing a restaurant or a cafe in to the airport. I don't think it would be as big as what's at Albert Whitted, but something in between. Certainly that would be attractive to the tenants that are there, the pilots that are training there, and the folks that are visiting, as well as the the surrounding community.
And Albert Whitted, they brought in a third party to run that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The Civil Air Patrol, with your new parking lot, it looks like all of those buildings are gone.
That's correct.
Do you assume that the Civil Air Patrol goes away?
No, we've already had conversations with the Civil Air Patrol, and the community space that we were talking about is something we would design to accommodate them. The reality is they're only using, they need the facilities from, right now they use it from 5:30 to 8:30 on Thursday afternoons, so it's 3 hours a week. Today there are about 70 members of the Civil Air Patrol, but all 70 don't show up every week. So as we figure out what our common areas look like and what that space looks like, again, we've already initiated dialogue with them to talk through that and make sure that they still have a drill pad for their exercises. We absolutely want them to be part of the airport going forward. Same thing with EAA. The EAA folks are there also, the Experimental Aircraft Association. Currently they have a hangar, but we think there might be some safety issues with the hangar there, but we want to accommodate them as well.
And what about the fact that we don't have instrument approach?
So we've worked with we had in-depth conversations with the consultant out of Colorado to determine what type of instrument approach we could put in there. We will not be able to put an ILS in because of some of the buildings that were built close to the runway. But we will be able to put, this gets a little technical, an LP plus V approach. And it would require that the airplanes using that approach had WAS enabled. And now, that would have been an issue 10 years ago because that wasn't really standard. It's pretty common today in the type of planes we'd be trying to attract. It would be so it would be what we refer to as a non-precision approach, and the ceilings would probably be 500 or 550 feet. That differs from St. Pete, which has an ILS, which is about 200 feet. We would have a higher required minimums, but would be able to put one in on runway 16, which is, if you're landing to the south. Not sure if we'll be able to put one on runway 34 landing to the north because of the traffic conflict. We would need cooperation from Tampa Approach and St. Pete to be able to make that work. But we can certainly have one published for runway 16, which you have in the past actually. So it just wasn't maintained.
Just to add on those minimums, so 200 feet, you break through the clouds, you see the runway, you land. 200 feet, no runway, you have to go around. So those are the thresholds he's speaking of when he talks about elevations for the instrument approach. So at Clearwater, you come through the clouds, you're on instruments, at 550 feet, you see the air park, you can land. If you don't see it, you can't land. Got to go around.
Mr. Candy, what are the obligations that we have to the flight school and to the helicopter school?
So currently it's pretty open-ended in the existing lease. It just says that is one of the options for the tenant to run those types of things. So there's really not a lot of specificity in there in terms of numbers, number of patterns, things like that. I think that's where, for me, the different model is a little bit more unique, and when you talk about a higher value, less intense. So when you're learning to fly, you do a lot of pattern work initially, particularly with the helicopters. You're hovering around on the field, and then you progress to pattern work, where you're flying simply inside, low altitude, in the pattern, just learning that component of aviation. So that spends a lot of time over the neighborhoods, and I have a friend in the audience who swears he sees the same plane over his pool 50 times on a Sunday. So ultimately, I think that's what we're trying to look at going forward is, exchanging some of that for these less frequent, less intense operations. I want to clarify something too, and it's probably I didn't think of the semantics of higher value when I crafted the RFP, but I think Barry touched on it. A plane that is sitting there with no propeller, that hasn't been airworthy in 10 years, I compare it to a derelict vessel somewhat. It's not using fuel, it's not using services. It may be easier for that tenant to leave it tied out in the sun and pay the monthly fee than have the wings taken off and have it transported to who knows where, because it can't fly out. It's stuck there. So I think when I thought of higher value, having looked at a bunch of these things, and there's several that I saw out there for a generation that didn't move. And ultimately, I think the expense to take a wing off, put it on a truck, and take it somewhere is probably more than paying the tie-down fee monthly for eternity.
But that's on us. I mean, we ought to have tenant contracts that we can control, the fact that there are certain standards that I think people have to meet. And that's not what we're here for.
Sure.
So I'm not going to belabor that point. In the compensation of the city, you have $20,000 per month, and then you have 3% of revenue. I'm surprised it's revenue and not a percentage of profits. That's on page 33, I believe.
Yeah, we envision, there are only a few revenue streams there. So, we did separate the fuel with a fuel flow of 15 cents per gallon because fuel prices fluctuate, and we find that it's more common for there to be a fuel flow charge as opposed to a percentage of fuel sales, again, because of the fluctuation in fuel pricing. So that revenue would, would cover the other revenue streams, which is basically, hangar rent, overnight fees, and, whatever other ancillary services are there. It's just not, you can't control SG&A. We would think that revenue would be more attractive to the city.
It is.
Yeah.
That's why I'm surprised.
It's easier to audit too, right? So, I don't want to get into an argument with the city over, costs that we put in to the, to the operation because we want to do things that cut into the city's revenue. That's not our intention. We want this to be a partnership.
And the new FBO terminal, you said it's 15,000 square feet?
I mean, that's a placeholder, but that's what we would like. So there were three options in the master plan. I think one was about 9, one was about 12, and one was 14.5 or 15. We opted for the largest of the 3 that were in the master plan. Candidly, we think we can justify making it a little bit bigger, but I think that'll be part of the lease negotiations. But,
Well, I'm just
that's
surprised by the price, because that building looks pretty fancy from a conceptual standpoint, and I want Mr. Connor to build something for me if this per square foot price when I did calculations with all that glass and steel. So, okay. Got a lot of different questions on different pages. Look, I know we had a parking garage agreement. In my opinion, that was a really crummy deal for the city. I wasn't here when that occurred. You weren't a part of that. But it gives me concern. We obviously sold that, and that was pointed out, I guess, on Friday, and I saw Mr. Jennings sent us some of the information. But the devil's always in the details, and I would be not going to make a bad deal like that one. Now, that was the city's fault. We should never have entered into that contract. But, Mr. Margolis, if we decide to go forward with this, I want to make sure that we protect the city.
Yeah, I mean, that's extremely important to me, and it's one thing to hear a presentation from, sales, it's something else to actually have a contract that aligns with our expectations, and it'll be extremely important to make sure that I understand what council's expectation is for this contract, so that all the details in the agreement match up with what your understanding today is.
The other thing is, we heard from some people that they recommended a 5-year contract. You can't make this type of investment and have a 5-year contract. So this is a long-term marriage if we're getting into this, and that's one of the other things that just gives me pause. I know this is not going on consent because on Thursday we're going to have some neighbors that come in here, certainly want to voice their opinion on it, but it's really about the details. So, I mean, I think it is an underutilized asset. I think there can be a good partnership. It's kind of been a hobbyist's place for the last 30 years. And, I hope we can get a blend between the neighbors. The air park was there before anything else, which I often remind people. And fortunately, we haven't had any accidents in quite a while. So I would love to see us enhance safety and keep it that way. And I understand that some of the higher or more desirable tenants also drive the quality of everything else for even, the tenants who have been there for a long time.
Sure.
There were questions from people about, why we haven't put more money into the air park. And, we just need to remind people that this is an enterprise fund. It is supposed to be standing on its own, unlike Coachman Park, which was questioned, which is something we've taken money out of our general fund to make those improvements. They are very different. So I think there is some low-hanging fruit, obviously. Your presentation was by far the best of anybody's there, but again, it goes back to the contract. So, any further questions at this time? Vice Mayor?
Just one, you stated on Friday, or your proposal is the only one to commit millions of private capital dollars to the plan. But you can correct me if I'm wrong. What that means is you're just prepaying the lease, so the city has money up front. Is that correct? You're not giving us money, or?
Well, it's incremental to what you're receiving today. So, the analogy I'll use is, let's say you owned a really big house, like Hulk Hogan's house or Ben Mala's house. And there was no mortgage on it, but you had your insurance and your maintenance and your taxes, and your upkeep was $250,000 a year. And then you were renting it to me for $250,000 a year. So I'm giving you the money, you're paying all the expenses. If in that scenario, I said, all right, now I'm going to absorb all those expenses and give you an additional $20,000 a month, that's incremental revenue. That's the same thing we're doing here. Because what was missed in this is the $250,000 a year in expenses that the city's paying today that we're now absorbing, and now we're paying rent incremental to that. So yes, the investment we're making is incremental rent that the city's not receiving today, and structured as a credit. Look, we're trying to come up with a creative way to do this because it's very important, and the only way this works is if we're able to, access the FDOT, matching funds, and we recognize that it has to be a mechanism for that to flow through the city. So this was, the design that we came up with. That maybe that changes in negotiations, but because we haven't met with FDOT, we need to understand what those mechanisms are, and that's a really important, part of this. But if you think about it on balance, the proposal gets all this done with no incremental dollars from the city. Right, and that's the goal here, that there's money from us and money from the state, but no incremental dollars from the city to execute the master plan. And that's what I'm assuming you're referring to, that you want to protect the city from in the lease negotiations, but that is our intention. That there's state funding, there's our funding, and that's how we fund, the master plan going forward.
Well, and I failed to ask the most important question. There's a funding gap in here of $18 million.
But our understanding is that FDOT has that money earmarked to execute the master plan, subject to the city's matching funds. You're right. I mean, we have to get everybody, both sides, has to get comfortable that those funds are available to execute this. If this is going to, that's an important component. But that funding should not be coming from the city. Our design is.
I understand that, but in sequencing of events,
right?
Where is that?
I don't.
That's post-contract?
No, I think we need to know the mechanism before we enter into the contract.
Okay.
I mean, from our perspective, we can't.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Our intent is to meet with our FDOT representatives subsequent to an approval. We would initially meet with FDOT and see what future funding might look like, what they're able to allocate going forward, much as we do 5-year CIPs. So that's what we want to do, is sit down and see what's available going forward. I will say, from my perspective, that was the ask in the RFP to cover the operating costs. So, we get about 300 and change in gross revenues there, and we spend $290,000 in operating. I mean, give or take, and there's some things in there, employee benefits and things. But those are all subject to negotiation, but that was a big ask to cover those costs, overnight security and the like. I will say, just for everyone's edification, the important thing for me to remind everybody of is to in an enterprise fund like this, where we're not selling a commodity like gas, or we're not providing utilities with surcharges and things like that, we're really constrained by the gross revenue we can generate from that operation and what we get from the tenant. And accordingly, I think what's happened over the years, they haven't deferred maintenance because they thought it was a good idea to defer maintenance. It was out of necessity. If you want to keep it in the black, you try and control costs, and that's the only mechanism to control the costs when you have no upside in revenue. So I think it's unfortunate, but it would take me 10 years to generate the revenue necessary to get the match to do some of these ambitious projects. And that's the reality.
Vice Mayor.
And does that speak to why they didn't apply for FDOT funding before, 2 or 3 years ago?
We've had FDOT funding.
I mean,
They've had it
to
for
do it,
generations.
it's just not enough?
It's just our match. So our match is insufficient to
Okay,
do
okay.
the big bold project.
Okay.
We have a lot of obligations at the air park through FDOT, and once you take that money, you're obligated for 20.
I remember
Plus
that, yeah, I
years.
remember it. Mhm. Okay.
Any other questions at this time? All right, we'll discuss it further on Thursday. Thank you, gentlemen. 13.1.
Authorize a purchase order to Tencarva Machinery, doing business as Hudson Pump and Equipment, Greensboro, North Carolina, for the Flight Alice and Gould's pumps and parts.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Rich Gardner, Director of Public Utilities. The item before you today is for the award of a sole source purchase order of Flight House, Chalmers, and Gould's pumps for the water and wastewater system. The pumps are used to replace existing equipment in kind. Replacement of pumps with other manufacturers' equipment would require re-engineering and modification of the existing piping systems. We're recommending award to Tencarva Machinery Company LLC in the amount of $200,000. This is a one-year contract from October 1st through September 30th, 2023, with the option for 2 one-year renewals. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Gardner? Consent?
Yeah.
3.2.
Authorize a purchase order to U.S. Submergent Technologies for the tank cleaning services.
Rich Gardner, Director of Public Utilities. The item before you today is for the purchase order for tank cleaning services for tanks at our water reclamation facilities. Tanks should be cleaned regularly to prevent a reduction in capacity due to the accumulation of solids. The tanks will be cleaned while they're in service. The contract is with U.S. Submergent Technologies, LLC, and it is piggybacked off an existing contract with the City of Orlando. This contract will run through July 20, 2023 for not to exceed amount of $600,000. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Consent?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Are you glad you were behind all that?
Yeah.
14.1.
Approve a purchase order to Pinellas County Solid Waste Management for the disposal of solid waste at the Pinellas County Waste to Energy plant landfill.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Brian Johnson, Assistant Director of Solid Waste General Services. The item before you provides funds for the disposal of municipal solid waste generated in the city and disposed of at the county's solid waste facilities. It is calculated to accommodate just over 102,000 tons at $44.75 per ton, representing an increase in disposal fees of approximately 6.8%. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Consent? 14.2.
Approve an amendment to the service and access agreement in Schedule D for the tower lease.
Good morning, Council. Charles Eric Wilson, Radio Communication Manager. This is just asking for a 3-month extension. During this proposed time, we would be looking at our existing terms and conditions of our service agreement and also be able to meet some of the requests from the state talking about the slur system, because that's a new added component that just expired. So we're asking for 3 months to be able to look at our service agreement and see if there's any opportunities to make it better. If anybody has any questions.
Any questions? Consent?
Yeah.
Thank you. 15.1.
Approve the 2023 City Council meeting schedule. Council members, in your agenda pack, I provided a proposed schedule for next year and I've identified a couple of changes or anomalies. So a few of the exceptions are, the first one is Passover next year takes place Wednesday, April 5th through April 15th, conflicting with the April 5th council meeting. So staff is recommending that we reschedule a meeting to Tuesday, April 4th with no work session that week. The second anomaly is the U.S. Conference of Mayors annual conference will be held June 2nd through the 5th, and the FCCMA's annual conference will be held May 31st through June 3rd. Staff is recommending moving the Thursday council meeting on June 1st to Thursday, June 8th, so it'll be the following week with the work session on Monday, June 5th. To accommodate jazz holidays, staff is recommending moving the Tuesday, October 19 council meeting to Wednesday, October 18. And to accommodate holiday travel during December, staff is recommending moving the Thursday, December 21st council meeting to Tuesday, December 19 with no work session on Monday, December 18. In addition to those, the city manager would like to go ahead and schedule a special work session on January 23rd, 2023, and that would be for the annual strategic plan. Held a little bit earlier than we normally do, but it is, he feels that's the best time to hold it, so we would like to go ahead and place that hold for calendars as well.
Councilmember Tejeda.
I have yet to confirm the upcoming schedule for the TVRC, but I think there might be one or two that our work sessions are in conflict, and I was wondering if this council would entertain moving it to the afternoons, because I really want Clearwater to be represented in that. But I will confirm the schedules. I know there's been some changes lately, but I think it's going to affect one or two work sessions the next year. Is everybody open to changing it, maybe?
We used to move it to the afternoons. We used to have work sessions in the afternoons. I don't have a problem with that.
No, on Mondays.
Okay, I will confirm those dates. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Vice Mayor?
So, can we have a column that says items published in public agenda dates? I'd like to have them ideally by 5:00 p.m. On the Monday prior to the work session date. And here's why. It helps me, and I think maybe others on the council, being able to reach out to the city manager, city attorney, or staff to gain some clarification. And it also allows time for residents, to alert residents of agenda items that they are interested in, to allow them also to reach out for clarification. Now, we often have the agenda published on a Wednesday, very late in the afternoon, sometimes on a Thursday, and it's really difficult sometimes to read through it all and get real prepared. So I would like to have it by 5:00 p.m. on that Monday prior. You know, my one-on-one meetings with the city manager and city attorney are on Wednesday mornings. And so oftentimes I'm meeting and I'm not even looking at what's on the agenda that week. So I would at least like a column that says when those agendas are going to be published. And I'd like it earlier rather than later. And I would say, you know, maybe even the example this morning from the CRA where Elise Winters said, I didn't even know about this meeting. Now, I don't know exactly when that one was posted, but to notice it.
That
yeah.
the city does not publish the DDB meetings, so
Okay.
that is strictly on her. I publish the city meetings, so I'm not really sure why she was not aware of, because I was aware that they were invited, so she
Okay.
should have known.
Okay.
And the CRA agenda was published over about 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
I think, so I'm not sure what she was referring to. But
Okay.
I'll let the city manager address the work session publication.
Vice Mayor, as we've discussed on a few occasions, it is very difficult on staff to try to gather all of the materials, all the information that needs to go into the agenda. Oftentimes, because frankly we're very involved in this, is the information is at the last minute. Unfortunately, Rosemary has to deal with a lot of those type of things on a late on Tuesday or midday on Wednesday. In fact, just this past week, we've had those issues. So I understand why you would want to have them have the full agenda, every item, everything on a Monday, but we just do not see how that is possible for us to be able to do that. In my previous place, where it was published the Friday before the Tuesday meeting, so, I mean, it is fairly common to have this period of time, a Wednesday before a Monday work session.
And Council, I would like to add that we now try to publish it on Wednesday and Thursday, but not too long before that, they were actually published on the Friday before the work session. So staff is really trying really hard to meet the Wednesday, and there are changes, errors are found in the agreements or in the items itself, so that requires changes. But we have moved it from Friday prior to Wednesday, Thursday.
I would be happy with Wednesday. Just give me 2 days to use the staff as resources and get more time to really delve deep into it, because I find myself scrambling on Friday afternoons trying to get some questions answered. So Wednesday would be, I would think, a good compromise, just not Thursday. If I can have a Wednesday, I think it's a big help.
Rosemary and I have talked about the movement until Thursday. I mean, I think that we have got to be much more stringent on missing deadlines by city departments, which we've done recently, and that will continue. If the city department is not meeting the deadlines, then they will not make that next agenda.
And we've given them now a hard deadline of noon, so they know. And now, no.
Hard deadline of noon
Deadline of
on
noon.
Wednesday?
No,
Or Tuesday?
No, so there's 2 items, so when an item is due to me, it's up, they have to have one date, they've got a deadline date of when the item must leave their internal workflow, and then there's a second deadline. If their internal workflow is not completed by noon on that given date, it automatically gets pushed, with the exception of advertised public hearings, because we do advertise them. It may say continue to, but depending on what the public, like annexations and LUPs, for instance, but otherwise, then they've got a second deadline that they gotta meet, so that would be the external, so that would be the city manager and the assistant city managers reviewing the items. And so they know if it doesn't meet, and by the time they actually leave the workflow, their internal workflow, all their attachments, that means all the agreements have been reviewed by their attorney. They should not be reviewing the agreements for the first time when it's coming outside of the external workflow.
Vice Mayor?
Well, I hope staff knows I'm fully supportive of staff, and if it's a capacity issue, I'd like to know that. If the reason they're not getting in on a deadline, or they can't get in on a deadline we would like to see, if it's staff capacity, I'd like to know that. If it's discipline, as in, look, your term paper is due 4th period, before the bell rings, it is. I mean, then, it's late, it's deducted, you're penalized, whatever it is. But if it's a discipline thing, I think that's, another thing. I would just say if it's going to be sometime on Wednesday, perhaps those of us who would like time to have a conversation with the city manager and city attorney related to what's on that week's agenda, we move our meeting to, I don't know, Thursday or Friday, just to make it a lot more meaningful. So, and I, part of the Suncoast League of Cities, I'd like to know what other municipalities, and I can find that out, I'm not putting that on staff. It's like, when are your agendas published, and how much of a lead time do you all have, so.
And it varies. Keep in mind that we're one of the few cities that actually meets in a work session prior to the council meeting. Most municipalities don't. They just meet as a council meeting, and that's published a week beforehand. Yeah.
I would hate that. That'd be awful.
So that's the drawback, is
Yeah.
that you do get to work beforehand, and then your council meetings are a lot shorter.
Thank you.
The schedule, that first meeting is January, I'm looking at calendars, and is the 17th and 19th, so that's a Tuesday. That is during the U.S. Conference of Mayors winter.
Are you going to be attending? I wasn't sure if you were attending. I was told you were attending the summer winter,
No,
but. Okay.
both. If I'm not attending them, there's no need to be a member. You know how I am about missing things.
I understand. So.
I don't miss anything,
Do you want
unless
me
you
to
guys
try
give me
to
terrible COVID,
Okay, I'm never gonna live that long.
so. No, I'd like to move it to the week prior, the 9th and the 12th.
The 9th and the 12th, and I believe, I might be able to do that. So, do I have permission to veer? Obviously, we're already veering off in other, but council rules says that you meet on that, on the 1st of January, the first meeting of January, you meet on, not in the 1st. Do you want me to go ahead and veer off the rule? So the rule for council rule has that you don't meet during the first meeting your first Monday and first Thursday, you actually meet on the 3rd and,
Yes, that's what I'm asking for.
all right, no problem.
Otherwise, we shouldn't be spending the money. Is everyone okay with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
The reason I had asked to have the strategic planning meeting moved to January is because I feel there's a need for staff to get guidance from the council well in advance of the budget development and a lot of other issues. Having gone now through almost an entire budget process, I found myself in need of more guidance from the council, and so wanted to kind of move that up into the earlier part of the calendar year.
Well, I hope this is on the heels of us actually having a strategic plan. That would be a novel concept.
Well, and it also may be quasi-goal setting as well.
I understand. But I think hopefully we will have such a fresh strategic plan. I don't know how long a meeting that would be, which is fine, but I hope that all the goals and objectives that we're looking forward to for the next several years will have been clarified by then.
You and me both.
So, anything else on this item? 15.2.
Appoint an individual to serve on the library board for an unexpired term through February 28, 2025. Council members, Ms. Ann Murphy was serving and had to resign just for time commitments. And so you have 10 applicants to consider. You have Christine Delegan, Angela Gates, Lawrence Jaffe, Kelly Malizia, Pamela Mastrosario, Joseph Smiley, Linda Stuckey, Sharon Smallwood, Alexandra Vangeli, and Deborah Wilson.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Albritton.
I'd like the council to consider Pam Mastrosario for this position. I've known her for a long time. She's very active in the community. This would be a good board appointment for her.
Councilmember Teixeira.
I agree. I've seen her involved in about 4 or 5 different initiatives, and she's been a leader, very energetic, great work ethic, a lot of creativity. And I've been impressed with her throughout all those initiatives that she volunteered wholeheartedly. So I also echo Councilman Albritton's recommendation.
Councilmember Bunker, and then the Vice Mayor.
There are a bunch of people here that are eminently qualified to be part of it. I really appreciated Angela Gates' personal passion for the library. So that she's getting my vote, but.
Okay, well, Vice Mayor.
I would say, first of all, the applicants were phenomenal overall. Most of them were like exceptional. Mr. Jaffe has a good application. He was a poet. Kelly Maliza, the responsibilities were not quite accurate, although she is a former librarian. Pamela, I know you guys know her. I don't know her. I noted she has a weaker application. She has not attended or even viewed a meeting, which is, odd. It's odd that question is on that application. These are the older applications. I don't think it's a really weird question to have on there, but if somebody hasn't even viewed or attended a board meeting, I just, it was it's a distinction between the others. We have Sharon Smallwood as an SBC instructor, a teacher, a media specialist, and then, Angela and Christine Delegan are both very good. So, I can review them again, especially if, Councilman Bunker likes Angela Gates. I have a couple of notations on there, but that was my notation from Pamela's, is that, she she didn't have that. And I don't know if she's from, I'll double check the zip code to see if she offers some diversity of, being in the city, from different parts of the city.
No,
My concern was,
I beg your pardon?
Sorry, we have a member in that category currently. If you look at the bottom.
From
of
that
the
zip code?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe Gates and Jeff are both, especially 3755 already have two represented for that zip code, as well as Gates is from 65, whereas 33756 is not represented at all. That's.
All right, we're going to talk about it further on Thursday because I'm not hearing any consensus. 6.1.
Request for authority to settle case of City of Clearwater versus Precision Hotel Management Company.
It's a 6.1. So, yes, this is a settlement for a lien foreclosure code enforcement case, liens filed back in 2019 against a commercial property. It has since been brought into compliance after the lawsuit was filed, seeking permission to settle for $25,000. Mr. Fuino is here if council has any questions, but pretty straightforward.
Questions? Vice Mayor?
What type of code violations were they? What length of time? And, does 25,000 cover the staff time that was, how'd you determine the $25,000 figure?
Certainly. So the first part of your question, Councilmember Beckman, this was a, what we call an unsafe case. It was brought through the building division because it violated the building code. Certain fixtures along the railings and things like that. Those were brought into compliance. The $25,000 would include the staff time. I had asked the building official for a rough number, and it was something like $760 or something like that.
Okay. And the length of time that this went on, did they?
I'd probably say about 2 years.
Okay. Just wanted to know for. Okay, thanks.
It's a huge discount. I hope the property owner understands and takes ownership of things in the future, because it is a big deduction, and that somewhat concerns me that we're being overly lenient.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up, Mayor. So the current foreclosure program was instituted well before I got here. We do have outside counsel, Matt Widener, who handles our foreclosure cases. I do believe that that program has been quite successful. Up until this point, the priority has been compliance, meaning that if a property owner brings their property into compliance, even if they do it late and even if they do it after a foreclosure case is filed, the practice has been to give them a substantial discount because they're now in compliance, and we have the enforcement mechanisms for future compliance, because if they fail to comply for 6 months or if they have any violation within that period, then we immediately proceed back to the full judgment amount. So that is the current practice. However, I'm glad the mayor brought this up because we do have a council rule that guides our outside legal counsel in terms of what factors to consider when evaluating settlements or not to settle and things like that. And I do think for a future work session, it would be good to discuss that rule because Councilmember Teixeira was not here, I was not here. I'm not even sure if anyone other than Councilmember Albritton was here at the time when this was originally instituted in 2019. So I would like to bring that back for council for consideration of the factors that are used in these settlements and to see if council is still comfortable with it or if you'd like to make changes to that process.
Councilmember Albritton, did you have something?
Well, I was just going to say that, yeah, there is, once we settle this, I mean, there's a big obligation for them not to come back again. And if you want to talk about that, it would be good for another meeting.
Consent?
Yeah.
Any questions on second reading, 16.2? Mr. Jennings, anything else to add?
No, sir.
Mr. Margolis?
Just a brief comment, just to come back to the agenda issue of the publication, because I have had the benefit of seeing a few different cities and how it works, and there is significant variety. Mr. Jennings shared his experience in Portland. I came from the opposite extreme in Orlando, where they had an ordinance that required publication a full week prior to the agenda. So I've seen kind of both sides of it. I will just say one thing to offer is that I think that it's going to require a team effort, especially as agendas have gotten long and complex. So I would certainly, for my part, be happy to offer Thursday meetings either to the vice mayor or to anyone else who would like to meet later in the week. I'm more than happy to do that, to do my part for it. The other thing to look at is the workflows, as Ms. Paul pointed out. That's something that's really the city manager's decision as to who is in that approval process. And it's not a right or wrong answer, but it's a difficult issue because the longer the workflow, the much longer it takes to get items published. But on the other hand, if he cuts out essential people from the workflow, he may find that things get approved that either were not fully correct or were incomplete or things like that. So again, it's not a right or wrong answer, but I think it's just a team effort in order for us to actually get agendas out in a complete manner and in a timely manner that everyone is expecting. So I think we all have to do our part there.
Okay. Item 19.1, new City Hall site. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I wanted to bring this up because there was a little bit of rumblings or a couple of comments every now and then about the location of the new City Hall as we move forward and are contracting with Wanamaker Jensen for a design proposal. So, it was presented that we would move so City Hall is in that Bank of America building, and we're kind of held hostage on the 6th floor with whatever rent is, and it certainly is not conducive to easy public engagement when you're in a private structure and you're going up on an elevator. And, I think we need to have a standalone City Hall for a variety of reasons, but as our city manager described, having it at the location on Myrtle next to Municipal Services and our police department, that we would have a campus there of city services. And now that we have the PSTA grant that came through and we're going forward with a PSTA relocation there, I think it's going to be a great complex. And, I don't want to be stressed or nagged with any discussion or rumors that the City Hall is not going to go there. I mean, let's give the message that we've decided we're going to do this. I thought we already did. It's going to go there. PSTA will be next to that. We'll have this campus of city services. It's next to the mass transit, public transit. What a great message that is to send to our residents. Like, you want to come down and meet with city leaders or whatever, you bring the bus right here. And so I think it should be there. And I'll just take a minute to say, if it were my choice, we would have stayed in that old City Hall building until the demolition team was out the front door in order to not pay rent somewhere else. But anyway, I don't think we should be considering the main library for relocation of city offices for a number of reasons. And first on number one is, this is the most beautiful public library I think I've ever been in, and the location is amazing. And when you go up on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors and you can look out over the water and watch the sunset in air conditioning, I mean, it's just amazing. And I would hate to take that away from our residents. And I think as the park gets activated and concerts come and, families are here and we have the hotel and we have restaurants around there, people, and it's 100 degrees or a heat index of 100, people will come into our library. And we've allocated funding for the second time, a second different allocation of funding to reconfigure the main floor here in the library. And so as we look to do that, I see this as becoming a great hub for residents, for visitors, for people who want to sit up there on those multiple floors and look out over that gorgeous view. And I don't think it should be city offices for city staff. Would I love for them to have that view? Yes, but it's really more for the public. It's not for 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. I think it's a public building. So that's why I like to keep this building open and accessible to as many people as possible. So I'm looking forward to that grant money, reconfiguring not grant money, but our budget allocation, reconfiguring that, maybe having a cafe or something in here, whatever. But again, I think there's lots of potential here, and I would hate to swing the pendulum again and say, nope, changed our mind, we're gonna do this. And let's move forward, be firm on, the city hall is out there at the municipal campus, PSTA is gonna be there, and just put it to rest.
Well, I won't put it to rest, so I believe it's the wrong thing to do. Currently, it's $34 million. I'll take the over on that bet all day long. We've seen that in Dunedin, we've seen it in Largo. I know you didn't live in Clearwater back when this library was imagined, but again, it was never supposed to be 90,000 square feet. It was something that the city council at the time got pushed into by the Library Foundation, and they were going to come up with the additional monies. They never fully came up with those monies. And I would argue that libraries have completely changed from 1999 when the consultant looked at this facility. And I think it is not just a shame that we have not had a real architect look at the potential of having this remain a library and also become a city hall. I think it is almost to the point of malpractice. We have got our neighbor to the south who has a 90,300 square foot library for 80,000 some people. We have 120,000 people and we have 5 libraries. I think any business person would occasionally reevaluate how their operations occur, and we haven't done that with libraries in this city. And nobody's saying make this exclusively City Hall, but I can tell you if you walk around this library, sadly, it's underutilized compared to our other libraries in neighborhoods, and the greatest consumers of this particular facility are our homeless. And I think it's a shame, and I won't be around when that new city hall is built, but I think it's wasteful, and I think it shows a lack of creativity, and I don't think that the additional operational benefits of being next to the MSB and the police station outweigh the costs. And I think it's a shame that we haven't at least looked at having a bright architect come in here and give a presentation and an idea of what could actually be done. And I will beat that drum until the day I leave.
Okay, can I make a comment on that?
Sure.
So I've listened to you multiple times advocate for this library. And the reason that I didn't was a lot of what Vice Mayor Beckman said. I think this is more of an activity center that I'd like to see than government offices, because this is going to be right along the activity corridor that we're doing. Now, I can see your perspective too. And what my question would be is, can this be an activity center and a city hall? I mean, do we have the footage to do that? I love that we have, we'll have a museum with art. I like that perspective when this bluff gets finished. I like the idea that we've changed the charter to allow having maybe food service in here. So we're a lot less restrictive than we were 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I would be for somebody looking and giving us an idea if this could be a shared thing. I'm fine with that. My idea was, and has been for 20 years, to put it on the 500 block on top of a 7-story parking garage that we need still. Get PSTA moved over to the Intermodal Center and have that as a development opportunity in the center of our city. And unlimited height, I think we need to be thinking about something there. I don't know what that's going to be. I have some ideas. But, you know, we did talk about moving at the behest of the city manager, saying he thought it would be better to move City Hall over next to the MSB. I let the idea go. But we've been talking City Hall, how long, Frank? 25 years?
Yes, and the money was in penny for Pinellas multiple times, but it was taken out. Why? Because there were more important priorities.
Absolutely. So what I'm saying to you now is I'm okay with your idea. I could postpone this, put this off, if you can give me clear direction, or somebody, if we get somebody in here and say, yes, we could do City Hall and have a library access here. I just can't imagine that. I need a professional to tell me that.
Well, I think everybody always thinks about doing it horizontally, and I think it can be done vertically, too, so you can have two halves of a building. I'll also tell you that when this building was originally opened, and you well know this, there was a cafe. Unfortunately, the building was poorly designed to have that cafe, and we had several different operators through the years, and none of them could ever make a go of it.
And I think it was before its time. This is before its time. Now everything's congealing around here. I see the opportunity. You know, we've been talking, imagine Clearwater for 15 years. So, and it's finally happening. I mean, it's going to become a reality here in the next year. So, I would be okay with having a consultant tell us that we could do a dual use here, to consider that. I would be open for that.
Councilmember Teixeira and then Bunker.
I agree with you, Mayor Heber, in the sense that this library is being underutilized. I see that all the time. We have to be creative. We have to change the way we do things and adapt to our new world. And this library is underutilized. Where you and I differ is when I think of creativity and thinking of this as waterfront property adjacent to a park that's going to be programmed. Having a city hall 9 to 5 with employees is not what I would consider a creative solution for part of this building. I would rather it be an active building that has events in conjunction with the park. I just think this is a beautiful building. It's just right next to this great park, and having City Hall occupy even a portion of it is a lost opportunity for a high-density, interactive entity that can move in or share the space. That's where you and I differ.
Early on when we got here on the council, I think I heard it first from Hoyt saying, let's put the city hall here. And I thought that was a great idea, thinking that we could easily coexist with the library here. I'm not sure, once I saw everything that we do here, I wasn't sure that we should be displacing so much wonderful activity. I think we should have a city hall, whether it's a new building or this building. We can't make the decision to spend $3 million for a design before we know where it's going. We had settled on the parking structure with City Hall on top, I thought. That was settled. We're making the trade with the transit so we could do that. And then suddenly that wasn't happening, and I think Mr. Jennings thought that this other location was perfect. A campus, okay, well, that seemed fine to me. But now with the transit going in there, now I think Mr. Jennings believes that there's not enough space there for the campus. So that's maybe not, I don't mean to speak for you,
Yeah.
but,
I'll let you speak for yourself in a minute.
so now there's uncertainty about that location. But one thing that Mr. Jennings did mention to me in our meetings, and I'm sure he's mentioned it to everybody else too, because I was concerned about, kicking the library out of here. He said there would be the county properties opening up soon, and there's probably some existing location down here that the library could move to, which I see our vice mayor wasn't thrilled with that idea. But, I think if we can work out something where we've got a coexistence here that doesn't hurt the library, I'm okay with that. Or if we had a performance space in here, along with City Hall. But we have to make a decision and not spend $3 million on a design until we do.
Councilmember Teixeira.
How many staff do we have right now in City Hall working? Do we know? Do we have a number?
Around 50.
50. So then that whole little parking lot we have is just going to go for the employees? 'Cause that's another concern. We have 50 employees that need parking, adding to the challenge of parking for Imagine Clearwater. Because right now you guys are parking at Station Square and the parking lot across.
Well, you can build a lot of parking for $34 million. Mr. Jennings, do you want to clarify what you believe?
Yes. Well, first of all, I thought there had been a decision made by the city council back in March as to the location. So that is what we've been kind of assuming as we've gone along. There was a majority vote by the council. Second is, once the council decided, to put the PSTA facility there, what would be adjacent to the new city hall, I had concerns about the traffic circulation, as to whether the volume of buses and individuals and others would be able to accommodate. And then I also had concern as to whether PSTA would have enough property to accommodate all of that they want to accomplish there. But I've spoken with Councilmember Albritton, and he has assured me that PSTA will have the space, and that we can always figure out traffic circulation. So, yes, in the recent weeks, I've had some concerns but I think that in conversations with Councilmember Albritton, they've been allayed in terms of the location of City Hall. I think this is kind of fundamental to what some of the concerns I have here in the city is that we kind of made a decision, or at least the council made a decision, and now we're having a conversation about having another study done to see what this building could potentially accommodate. So, it's clear as mud, for us, because we follow your direction, and so we kind of, if the majority of the council seated today wants us to pause the location that had been approved and do a feasibility analysis of this building, we just kind of need to know that. But we've been going on the assumption that the council had already made this decision.
Well, all it is speculation, because we've never had anybody look at this building and actually give us an analysis. So the bottom line is, we don't know what we don't know. As far as the site that everybody wants to put the city hall on. I understand the proximity of that property to the MSB. But I will tell you, and again, you know, sometimes I know you probably all get tired of it, but I was the only one here when we bought that property, and back then I was the transportation guy. I was on T-BARTA and the MPO, which predated Forward Pinellas. And we wanted both the St. Pete Times site and the empty lot next to the MSB and the police station, because there was the potential at some point, and I still believe there is, for something to go on the CSX line. Now, CSX has taken that line off the table, but I still believe that someday they will relinquish it because it does not have much value to them. And I think it is low-hanging fruit for the entire county to use that line either for light rail or for a dedicated BRT system. And at that point, you will want parking there for that line. I'd prefer even looking, if you want to have it next to the MSB, I'd start thinking about the property to the north of the MSB across the street, which has a fitness, it has an old Magic Car hand car wash location, and the old Angie's. It's a significantly underutilized parcel. And it also gets you a couple blocks away from the activity of the PSTA Center. But that's something I would think about. If you are hell-bent on moving it over to the MSB area, I think that then leaves that property open for either future PSTA expansion or a parking garage that's adjacent to the CSX line.
Well, one of the other things we did talk about in the prior council, because we did have a consultant that came in and gave us 10 choices, the top 10 choices for City Hall. And at that time, my concern was their top 10, the top #1 site was the PSTA Intermodal Center. And I said, you know, absolutely not. We've been talking about that for years. But one of the second one that they presented that I kind of liked, but we didn't own it, so it, you know, it came out that we were interested in purchasing the land and we would be into, you know, some kind of negotiated battle on high price, was directly across from the MSB. That block is basically, you know, we could buy that block and put City Hall there. The only question we had then at that time was what the value of that would be, especially if it goes public, we're looking at that, you know, would add a lot of money to it, so.
Well, and crossing Myrtle
Yeah.
is somewhat of a nightmare. But, you know, some of this is a little, in my opinion, backwards too. I mean, we're going to take a piece of land and basically determine, you know, what needs to go there rather than the square footage we need and how large a piece of land we need to accommodate what we want to build.
Well, I think that that's what the process was, though, that when the consultant was hired. I mean, I read through all of that, those materials, and they did a site assessment. I guess I'm failing to understand if the concern is cost, why would we would be thinking of acquiring more property when the city currently owns the property?
Yeah.
And so but look, we just need some direction from the majority of the council to tell us what direction you want us to go.
Well, then we can vote on it on Thursday.
Okay.
Because it isn't happening here. Vice Mayor?
Well, I would, you know, so it seems to me that Councilmember Teixeira and I are at least on the same page as far as not wanting to see offices here. And I agree fully with her that should be fully activated, and it has so much potential. I think when that park is really going, this is just gonna, it's just gonna seep into the library as well and be a community-like center. One thing that I forgot about was the county leaving the city a bit, and those those buildings may become available. And not that I want to purchase things that we already own land that we're planning to build a city hall on, that we've already rehashed a number of times, but, I mean, I wouldn't want the library relocated to a dungy kind of county building. I'd want offices to be put in the county building that hopefully has some more parking closer to it. And we could make the building look nice, but I'm pretty adamant that this building needs to be for the residents, throughout it. Yeah.
Well, City Hall's for the residents too.
I mean,
Councilmember Albrecht.
7 days a week, beauty.
So let me just make a clarification, because I think I'm the one that's muddied the waters up here. I just, hearing the mayor repeat over and over the library, I was thinking that it wouldn't be a bad idea to have somebody look at this and tell us if that was feasible. However, that probably should have been something we did years ago. I do think that everybody's on page, and I do kind of agree that this is going to be an activity center here, and I don't think offices are good at activity centers. So let me just clear that up. I'm not telling you that I'm thinking of stopping my decision last March and going forward with it. I was just thinking that it would be that would have been a good opportunity to do a study on that, but I think we're past that point now, and I think we should be moving forward on where the last place that we decided to put it and see what comes of that. So if that clears it up any for you, I'll leave it at that.
All right, State Housing Conference update. Can we make these snappy?
We can make them. Do you want me to save them for the next work session when it's not 1 o'clock or something? Okay. So, yeah, I went to the State Housing Conference in Orlando, and, it was just one day, went to a number of conferences or sessions. My computer is not behaving. Community Land Trust was one. Using that was a great one. It's still not pulling up all my notes. St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch received the Housing Champion Award, allocated 76% of his $34 million in ARPA funds. But Wealth Building Through Community Land Trust was a great presentation where, learned about that, about acquiring holding land, rehabbing housing on that land or partnering with others to do so, selling the housing but not the land to low-income purchasers at a price that they can afford, and they can start to build some wealth, as in they can sell that home for a profit. They don't own the land, but there's a resale formula that ensures another person with constrained income can purchase that. So that was really interesting. Repurposing buildings for affordable housing was another session I went to about adaptive reuse. We certainly have opportunities here in Clearwater, not only downtown, out Hercules, some other places, but talked about removing some regulatory obstacles that stand in the way. There's a county courthouse in Worcester, Mass., hospitals, nursing homes. Office buildings are being converted a lot into apartment units, as well as old schools and hospitals. Did I say that already? Okay. Empty offices, strip malls, all that stuff can be used for adaptive reuse to benefit developers. Why do we want to do adaptive reuse? You can preserve the past, grow smarter and more sustainably, encourage investment, take advantage of incentives, save time and money too. We can talk about adaptive reuse with our county buildings in the city hall maybe, whatever. Boost market values, improve public health. There was a session on green affordable housing with a group that operates through the state level. I'm not real familiar with them and had some questions and need to investigate them a little bit more. And then the last session I went to was Save Money and Jumpstart Local Housing Initiatives Using Your Consolidated Plan. It was phenomenal. Our Clearwater Consolidated Plan is 337 pages. It's linked on our website. It's the big tool that I think I would urge you all to, I'm sure some of you are very familiar with it, but, it gives a great data analysis of where we stand with our housing needs, our population, our vulnerable populations, and then how we plan to use our federal funding to meet those needs. And, no surprise to you all, we don't have, a fraction of the money that we need to address those glaring needs. And I think we need to hold that up as a Bible and say, okay, this is a situation in our city. What are we going to do to make it better? We have this much HUD funding, we can use that, but it's certainly not making things better enough. We can do better. So that was that was the last one I left with on Tuesday night, and went home and printed it off for multiple people, and here we go. So, any questions on the Affordable Housing Conference? It was sold out. It was pretty well attended. The other one I have, should I move on to 9.3? Sure. Okay. The other one is the Tampa Bay Estuary Program. Just wanted to give you an update because we had our policy board meeting, and they gave us the State of the Bay. This is a wonderful booklet that they've got published, and just wanted to mention a couple of things. They're growing, and they're funded by federal funds as well as our interlocal agreement funding. They're a 9-person staff that's in a structure that's set up for 6 people, so they're doubling up. The cost of everything is going up. I think it'd be nice to maybe think about, they haven't asked yet, but about increasing our contribution a little bit. The director is named Ed Sherwood. He is amazing. He earned and received an outstanding evaluation, and he's been recognized at the national level as an outstanding director, and the EPA often uses the Tampa Bay Estuary Program as a national model of best practices. So we're getting a lot of bang for our buck, and they're doing the best they can here in the Tampa Bay Estuary. And then this is just kind of an interesting little topic of discussion at the last meeting, was that there's this new type of activity going on in our region called bioluminescent tours, where people go out and paddle in the evening and see this glow-in-the-dark kind of algae, and it might look real pretty, but it's not a real good indicator of health. And just be aware that, perhaps these outfitters can explain that this is kind of cool to see your paddle move with glow-in-the-dark algae, but it's usually not an indicator of good health of your estuary. So that was just a piece of information. So that's that. I didn't have anything else, right?
No, Councilmember Albritton.
Okay. I'll make it quick here. Last time we discussed the land swap, about the PSTA land swap with the property on Myrtle and Court with the bus terminal on the 500 block. But we had a few differences or changes in the agreement that was unanimously approved by council last summer. One of the things then we talked about at that time was City Hall being on the site that the PSTA was going to move from. So we had a timing issue problem, because once we got PSTA, they would have to move so we can move forward on our City Hall site, but where would they go? So we were thinking they'd go where we were thinking about our new City Hall site to go, in front of the police station, temporarily. They put some funding aside to build a temporary bus station there until they could get the intermodal center built and then move over, and kind of had those logistics in a way worked out. Of course, we didn't have the grant money yet, but anyway, all that pressure's off. I just wanted to explain that, because now we're not really We haven't decided what we're gonna do with the 500 block. We're moving forward, so PSTA can stay where they are until their intermodal center is built, and then, I think we can have a discussion at some point what we'd like to do with the 500 block, which entails buying land from the county utilities, which is the other half of that property, but there's no time limitation on that now, so pressure's off. I just wanted to clear that up, let everybody know.
All right. Anything else? Anything for future agendas? All right. We'll see everybody Thursday. We're adjourned.